Hello and welcome back to Crusader Kings III, the Road to Power DLC. We're checking off a little early access this morning, about an hour or two before launch. We're going to be trying out a new campaign today. Yesterday we played as some baron robbers who roamed the countryside robbing the place. Today I thought we'd go a little different. We'd go a little more peaceful. And I want to do some world exploration. There is some really cool passive exploring sort of things you can do, and I got kind of inspired by people like Marco Polo and, you know, the terrible colonizer of Christopher Columbus, but also more so people like Lara Croft and Indiana Jones. So I thought we would start a campaign today over on like the coast of Portugal, with the goal, because we can't go west, going as far east as we can. I want to see if we can kind of get into China, maybe down to India. I'm not sure what path I want to take. We could either go like up through Europe, through the Byzantines, down through India and up to China. Or we could go like across the African continent, down the coast to Oman, sail across the sea to India, maybe fight some pirates en route. But we'd be focusing on the exploration tree. So it's going to be a lot more diplomacy. It's going to be a lot more learning. And I think a bit of prowess. Because, you know, if we're adventuring, we gotta be able to adventure. I think we'll start in Asturias. And I want to name my guy Indiana Croft as a little homage. We're going to be a young kid. We'll start at the ripe old age of 18. Charismatic negotiator or an astute intellectual. I feel like if we're going to be looking for treasure, we're going to be treasure hunters. So I feel like an astute intellectual is the way to go. Things that we're going to want. We got to think about like what kind of character is a treasure hunting explorer. Diligent, doesn't shy away from hard work, always a good option. Impatient kind of makes sense. I like that travel speed is increased and safety is decreased. I kind of feel like that's the correct answer. He may need to be brave. Eccentric, perhaps. Character's behavior is seen by others to be erratic and irrational, but there appears to be method to the madness. I feel like we could go like eccentric and brave. It's a lot of different points. But we're young. We've got good learning. I want to get the prowess up. I want to get diplomacy up. These are big ones for us. We're going to be young, so the idea is that we really haven't started our adventures. The idea is sort of like we get a stipend from the king to go off and make our way east. He sets ourselves up with our first camp as we venture across the world. We could maybe be a journaler, though. I kind of like the idea that we write a journal as we go. It feels correct. Matthias, hello. How we doing? Skipped leg day. Indiana Croft. Isn't that just Nathan Drake? I mean, basically, it's all of these same characters. They're all correct. I always kind of want to be shrewd. I feel like all of these characters are shrewd. Character born out of wedlock. I don't think we'll take bastard because I do want to try to get like diplomacy as much as possible. I don't know that we're going to need to be taking commanding. The idea is not that we're going to do a lot of fighting. We could be inspired by Wanderlust, but this will also get for basically free the moment we start doing anything. So I don't really know that we need many more traits here. Maybe a little education in herbalism. Well-versed in herbs, botany, medical practices related to plants. We're smart lad. Then we can put a couple points into prowess. I think I'm going to drop stewardship, drop intrigue, drop martial. Pick up some extra points in diplomacy here. That feels pretty good. I like the look of that. Is this the game where you marry your sister and then she cheats on you? That is correct. This is this game. It can be this game if that's what you want. Nice race customization. Oh, there's all sorts of customization you can do for your starting character. For your starting character. It gets a little more complicated as time goes on after that. Sorry, I realized our dynastic name needs to be Croft. And then I think we could just randomize till we find something that looks like we're exploring. I don't hate that. I kind of like it. No more crime time today? No, we're going to try exploring today. I mean, we might do some crime on the route, but the idea is not to be criminal on this guy. You had a lot of trouble when you started your first cat on a vegan diet. I've since learned that they congregate in Starbucks. It's always a good place to catch them. All right, we're going to, I feel like, randomize this guy till we get the right look. This could be him. This could be him. Do we need to change anything on him? I don't know that we need to. Part of me just wants to try and make Harrison Ford as close as we can. Which we probably could do. So he's always wearing a hat. Pretty much. In every picture of him. This DLC does come out today. Yes, yes. Faithful Fum, hello. The cat is eating the vegans. Yes, that's correct. All right, if we're going to go indie. He's got to have like is stubble even an option? I don't think it is. He's got to be clean shaven if that's the case. Indy's got actually a really short set of hair, but we'll give him a hat as soon as we get into the game. Tell you what, hold on here. Let's pull him up on screen. Can we make Indy? This is the question. This is the question we have to ask ourselves this morning. Can I make an Indiana Jones-like character that feels appropriate? Everybody in the medieval ages has such long hair. Short, wavy. Looks like it's probably going to be our best bet. I think short and wavy. That's our closest to Indy. This nose is actually not far off what he's got going on already. He's shockingly on point all at the moment. I feel like he's got more of a like dark blue eye, maybe? It's hard to see in pictures. Actually, I think he's like green eyes. Hazel, maybe. All right, Indy. How do we get you the right look here? He is like shockingly on the money. I feel like the eyebrows maybe need a little work. And then we'll try not to spend too much more time on getting him perfect. He doesn't have the thickest eyebrows known to man. In fact, I would say he has rather thin eyebrows for the most part. Find a younger pic of him. What about that one? That one on the left really seems like it's the best shot of a young Indiana Jones. And you really got that like straight jawline. I feel like he's got to have a slightly like wider chin. And then a more like defined jaw. I'm making a real Chad here. A very, very handsome Harrison Ford. I gotta get like the eyebrow angle is what we need. But I think that's only going to change based on like his expressions. He definitely has like more shut eyes. He has kind of one of those. Yeah. That's what we wanted. can't quite get like the eyes over the corners. I feel like he's getting further and further away the further and further I go. Becoming more and more of a monstrosity. You can make him green. This is true. All right, how do we feel about this? I feel like we got him pretty much on the money. Make his nose maybe a little bigger. There we go. That's what we were missing. He's got a pretty small set of the old nostrils there. All right, young Harrison Ford. You're going to be what we go with. Indiana Croft. He's our Iberian explorer. An astute intellectual. He's diligent. He's impatient. He's eccentric. He's brave. He's a journaler. He's shrewd. And he knows a little bit about herbalism because I just kind of feel like that's going to come in handy. Master Indiana of the Keg of God. Correct. The Keg of God is quite a name. We're part of the Iberian struggle, but not really. The path ahead stretches on and on, a lonely winding thread twining towards the distant horizon. My camp is quiet, a few scattered tents and pack animals yawning in the breeze. Strangers and hangers-on rise with the day, preparing for the morning chores with reluctance. Most of the miscellaneous chaff that flit in and out of the group are on the road with each new settlement. Few faces catch my eyes as ones I recognized, at least in more than passing. Do we want eloquent conversationalists, some intellectuals, a few good scrappers, or no worthy followers as of yet? I feel like starting off, let's get some eloquent conversationalists. Just a few handy lads. We are going to become explorers. Transport contracts, diplomacy, and intrigue is actually what we're good at. Slightly more martial contracts. Scholars are learning and stewardship. And slightly more diplomacy contracts, lifestyle experience. And we get the chief engineer. Definitely I want to be explorers. Feels like the right vibe. Camp scientists. Faith conversion. Followers become inspired to write books. Acclaimed authors. I feel like I want to be a scholar first. I feel like that's the correct thing for Indiana. And then probably a diplomat. This will be good as we like go to learn languages. And then if we have extra time, maybe we seduce. Maybe later we seduce. Let's get Indy out of here. Take him off the page. And we'll start with our scholarship. It's out in an hour. All right. Escort an emissary, improve our ruler's reputation, or flog talismans. I feel like anytime we can travel, this is what we're going to want to do. The Count of Santiago wants to pay us 90 bucks to travel to a distant country. Many of the roads of this world are treacherous. If we work for Santiago, my liege would pay well for your expertise. I, Fernando, am a most loyal servant to the Count. It is his words I must carry to Burgos, the hall of Count Lub. Guide me, protect me, and entrust my missive does not fall prey to prying eyes. Let us all go to Burgos. We have two characters with us, Patrona the Heathen and Domingo. This is a good question. Who are our followers? Fernando's our guest. Patrona the Heathen, a rational altruist, good at diplomacy, good at learning, good at stewardship. And Domingo, good at diplomacy. He's good at intrigue, which is nice to see. He's an atheist. And my knight. The Keg of God. What a weird name. We have no good caravan master. We can either take speed or safety. I guess we'll take safety. We're going to have to scout for some talent. For sure. Nice. We can also make haste if we so choose. As we venture onwards and begin our exploration. Indy is a professor. I believe so, yeah. We are walking among the hills late in the day, and the darkness becomes sudden. Brought about by the dark clouds above us, there's a distant loud rumble of thunder. Soon another combined with dazzling flash of lightning. Another strike brightly illuminates the area. The after image burned into my eyes. I blink and see where the lightning has struck, and there's an expanding brush fire spreading towards us. Fire engulfs the entourage. All right. The fire is stopped, albeit at a cost, perhaps. Fernando has gained the trait wounded. He's the guy we're meant to be protecting. I brought before Count Love himself. You've come at my acquaintance. On what business? I speak for Count Hermexlandio of Santiago. The message I bear is fit for your ears alone. We spell speak in my chamber. Leader Indiana, your service is noted. You may remain a guest. Excelled at a contract hook on the Count. Now, we can also do things like ask this guy for stuff. But he's too far away. We've already moved so far. An artifact delivery? Well, that sounds perfect for us, doesn't it? My caravan master has become known as the Stranger. Act of God. You can't protect him from God. That would be heresy. You're right. You're absolutely correct. A valuable heirloom is about to change hand, and the Count needs someone to assure the item reaches this destiny safely. The precious crown shall be entrusted to you. Well, this is a very precious crown. Bring it to the barony of Valioid. Oh, that's nearby. Yeah, all my camps shall travel. My goal is to just take travel contracts and get all the way east as much as we possibly can. We should also, I gotta remember to do this, pop into towns. Because we can gather people as we journey. I have traveled far and wide. These are the adventuring decisions. The wisdom I have accrued is inimitable. The wisdom I have accrued is inimitable? A treasure for the curious and learned soul? I don't think I've encountered this word before in my life. We have to be a wanderer. We have to have visited 42 points of interest and be exalted among men. I think that's pretty much the one we're going to go for. The travels. If you say it belongs in a museum, and by museum you mean we can't at the camp, steal the crown? You know, I was thinking if that came up as an option. Journeying through Lerma, I pass by a peculiar looking tent. Come in, mighty leader. I can tell you have many miles to go. I can offer you a reading of your travels. Or we could take him with us. He is a wise man. He could be our doctor. All of our doctors are terrible. Come experience the future with me. Rocks, I hear, answer shouted in a panic. Soon after, I hear a loud cracking sound, and the wheel of my wagon has been broken. It's all right. That's no big deal for us. So we do have a couple of things. The personal physician, we are going to put that guy in there. He can perform our medical treatments. I'm going to need a second. Patrona the Heathen. Looks like she would be a good second. I don't really have any bodyguards, so some goons might be the next thing we go looking for. Can't wait to see what this DLC means for the modding scene. I hear you. It's going to be some really good stuff. A fine gift. We gain more contracts. And we can also just demand payments because we've done such a good job to this guy. I'll take that. We're going to be making our way like further and further across. So does this mean I have a hook on him as well? And also, what language speakest you? I feel like it would be good for us to try learning some languages as we go. The more languages we learn as we travel, the better off I think we'll be. Supply tents, barber trains, baggage trains, mess tents, roaring campfires, proving grounds, camp perimeter. I feel like the baggage train is going to be what we need the most. More transport contracts. Absolutely. That's what we should construct first. And then I want to visit this castle. Particularly, I want to mingle with locals at the tavern and see if we can't find us some thugs. A mysterious hooded character. At the bottom, he sits down by a chair by the front desk and lets the hoods fall. I assume you recognize me by my reputation. The vile and buck-toothed criminal Raimundo. I have tenderized people for slighter insults. Now, what do you want? He's a villain. A gallows bait. He's a really good thief. 26 intrigue? This kind of feels right, doesn't it? Having one thief in our party? We'll hear a few stories. Learn how to tell stories better. And then see who we got here for recruitment. Jamie the Segavoya, a genius witch, a wise man, and a lunatic witch. All right, I really wanted goons. This guy's also a torturer. It's so tempting, but I don't think he's right for us. We've already picked up one criminal. Trying to remember if there's anything. Yes, here's where we could get some hired muscle. A hunter, a leader, a misguided warrior, or a brilliant strategist but reckless. Fernando or Lorenzo. I'm kind of thinking we need a guy with like high prowess. Gluttonous, callous, and calm. Generous, cynical, and chaste. You know, they both really have their bonuses in different ways. Higher martial, though higher prowess. What does a bodyguard require? prowess. So, Lorenzo's my man. He's not a great bodyguard, but he'll be a bodyguard nonetheless. All right. We can improve ruler reputations. There's a lot of crime to be done. We could hire some muscle. It wouldn't be bad to like stack up on a few provisions here. This guy would pay us, give us some provisions. It's a pretty safe route. We could even make haste. Why not? Why not? Why not? Getting to explore Westeros or Cyrodiil or the Azeroth? Oh, it's going to be so good. It's going to have to be a lot of writing, though, because there are a ton of events. This is one thing with this DLC is there is, like, a significant amount of writing into it. Raymundo! Our thief and Patrona are second. Just got married. That was quick. I'm happy for them, though. He really stole her heart, one might be able to say. It's no secret that the Count's reputation isn't all that it could be. Unhappy vassals, worrisome muttering about tyrannical behaviors, a dearth of intangible prestige, all signs that can point towards a shakier grip on power than most lords would like. Paying someone to clear up such a misunderstanding won't come cheap. Not if I have anything to say about it. A diplomat, a scribe, a musician, a herald, and a gabber. I think we'll just go across the board here. Okay, so my second is good at everything. Everyone else is kind of a bit of a mixed bag. You seem to make a good scribe, Raymundo. My physician makes a decent musician. I think I want Patrona to be the herald. Domingo can be the gabbler. And Lorenzo, a diplomat. That's actually pretty well balanced. We got like 20-day phases. That's pretty quick. Sing a few songs. Dance a few ditties. Campfire crackles, illuminating a figure entering our circle. You have a place for a man of God, of course. Gain the trait Traveler. Wanderer and Seasoned. Dangers await unwitting and unprepared travelers on the open road. Oh, so I guess if we go through dangerous places and solve dangerous things, we probably get that benefit. We're doing so well here. Why don't we go to 10 schemes and get a little buff? As we trudge down the road, a building hoves into view, the White Princess Inn. No luck here tonight. We barely got room for our current lodgers. Comfortable trappings or a bit of stress? Surely we can come to an arrangement. Your bartering proves successful and you gain comfortable trappings for the next 10 years. And then let's conclude this contract with confidence. An 82% success chance. Hell yeah. Surprising how much a few words in a quiet corners can change a situation. A whisper here, a comment there, an action defended at dinner. It wouldn't have nearly the same meaning coming from a landed magnet, of course. Too much power, too much stake, too much risk of insincerity. But a humble explorer, stopping at court briefly as he and his band went their way around the world? Well, that's an entirely different game. As we take home the bacon. And honestly, I want to say, let's just keep moving. We should try to think about, like, where are there good places to visit? The Rock of Gibraltar. The Roman walls of Lugo. Ferrum Brigantium. Oh, man, we should have gone to all these places. I think we're going to do a little bit of a roundabout here. We're going to come here, but we're going to customize our route. We're going to pop by Lugo, Coruna, swing back to Oviedo, and then make our way. It does look like we've got a lot of hills, so some Pathfinder's gear would get rid of most of that risk. It's a lot of supplies, but gets us visiting a bunch of important locations. And if this is where we're from, I feel like we should know the places that we're from. We could probably swing through Italy, down to Thessalonica. There's not a lot down in Africa until we get to, like, Egypt. I like this idea. What if we go, like, down through Italy? Then we can maybe take, like, a boat down here, grab a bunch of this stuff. Probably visit Constantinople, and then sail down to Alexandria. Then the world's our oyster. Look at how many locations are over here. Oh, there's so many more. Have I visited San Diego? Saint Diego? I can't spell Dargo. I don't think we visited anywhere yet, to be honest. But the adventure continues. I'm interrupted from my stroll near my pavilion by the approach of a nervous stranger who introduces himself as Kafnai, clearly as alien as Benevite as I. Lord, I find myself ill at ease in these lands. I hope that so worldly a man as yourself might prove willing to take in a homeless rabbinist. He pauses, steeling himself for a clearly expected rejection. But this is pretty good stats. These are pretty good stats. A spineless blackguard. The Roman walls of Lugo. As we continue through Villaba, an eye catches an elaborately decorated tomb amidst a network of common graves. The tomb appears to be cracked open, and within its mouth a glimmer of unknown treasure. No one but my party seems to be around, and surely whoever once owned the contents of this tomb would not cast judgment on me for taking it. You gain 48 stress because you're eccentric? 50% chance we make 50 bucks. 50% chance there's a chance we get arrested. Your party is caught. Listen, I'm a tomb raider. I've got to rob tombs. There's no two ways about it, whether from weather, terrain, overloading, or bad luck. Some malady has gotten into the company's pack animals. They moan, they bray, they walk. It's all growing slower and sluggish by the hour, never mind the day. Some of the horses have fevers. Some of the mules look ready to die. Surely we can treat them. You're able to treat the sickness, or you gained a sickened herd. Listen, we got to try to treat them. Nice. Everybody respects me. We visit the Ferrum Brigantium. As we stroll through Coruna, a gift from God, the tranquility of this place is suddenly and abruptly broken by the furious grunts and clacking of armor. Get me out of this metal prison. My squire took offense at my manner, going so far as to call me heartless, and has abandoned me. Whatever this strange man did could not have been enough to justify being stuck forever in his armor. I could, of course, have someone help him, but is it worth it? He is a very bad bodyguard. Dude, I'll take 15 bucks. And a hook that I can't use. Our journey is violently interrupted by the sound of tearing flesh and gnashing jaws. The desperate cries of a man about to meet his end. Attempting to track the source, we find the desperate knight struggling with a wild wolf, his blade wedged between the beast's jaws, but his grip is beginning to falter. This man deserves my help, says the prowess challenge. I am brave. This guy's terrible, dude. We beat the wolf, and we have recruited Froilia the Craven. He might become our stooge. As we trek through Valeba, our caravan has stopped at a clearing. I proceed towards the commotion to find Domingo and Raimundo having an irate row. Will we ever make it to Navarra? I simply cannot go another mile. We'll arrive when we arrive. You ungrateful whinging brings nothing but a foul mood to the rest of the entourage. Were it up to me, we'd have left you in Valeba. Who are these guys? My caravan master and my thief. My caravan master is the guy complaining? Wow. I am impatient. I'm going to try to get them to settle their differences. We're getting really lucky on rolls so far. We visited the capital of Asturias. Our camp could also use some upgrades. The head groom officer. Travel speed plus 10%. Light cavalry increased. Able porters. Occasional events to recruit skilled porters. Proficient trackers. Kennels. Unlocks the adopt a dog decision. Enables toss to dogs execute prisoner method. Oh, that's rough. Portable shrine. Loyal scribes. Learning contract rewards. Stewardship contracts. The witness officer. A solemn task of recording the deeds and rightful claims of the camp's leader. Ransom cages. Expert negotiators. Drifting aesthetics or private tents. How do we get better bonuses to travel? I like the idea of recruiting interesting characters. We could take expert negotiators, and then we could occasionally do crime. That's also not a bad idea. I also kind of like the idea of just increasing travel speed and then maybe taking a bunch of horses. It's a good question to be like, what are our... No, we don't really get any special men-at-arms regiments. Quartermasters, barber tents, the mess tent, roaring campfires, find more officers using the scout for talent. Ah, this also slows us down when we scout for talent. I didn't realize that. I feel like if we're exploring, probably a baggage train and a supply tent are the things we're going to want the most. The Master Thief. Climbing gear, reserve water, reserve provisions. What do we get from the mess tent? Money, roving bakers, adept curers, mobile brewers, knowledgeable herbalists, We could just make booze as we go. I want to know what's going to be the most useful. Traveling musicians, wandering poets. All right, look, I'm going to grab the roaring campfire for right now. Just as we try to, like, stock up on troops. Morning brings a report that a man-eating beast has struck again. 2 missing from last night. What's left of them found not too far past the perimeter. Tangled scraps of flesh left by some huge beast. Sentries can't get a look at the damn thing. Whatever it is, it's got a taste for us, and it seems smart enough to follow us during the day and early evenings. I cast my eyes to the carpet of hills we weave through, each breaking easy sight to the opposite side, making it easy for an animal terror to stalk after us, watching, waiting, hunger slowly building for its evening meal. Tighten the watch. You pursue the beast personally, risking potential death in exchange for prestige. Well, depending on what it is and how large it actually is, this may be fairly easy or very, very, very hard, and you cannot back down once you set out. Man-eating monster. Okay. I will take its head. This is our story, Indiana Croft. You cannot afford to wait another night to outrun the thing. Gathering your hunting party, you intend to end this and do so this very morning. The beast's tracks are surprisingly light, but clearly ursine. After nearly an hour, we crest the rise of a tall hill where the footprints simply seem to vanish. A guttural bellow from behind prompts us to wheel around where the gore-slicked muzzle of a huge bear stares at us with 2 intelligent eyes. The creature, its trap spun, breaks into a sprint. When does this release? Very soon. 30 minutes. Circle it and surround it, 11%. Have at the beast. 29%. Well, I mean, we're gonna go for the prowess challenge. There's a 29% we win. And in the 70% chance, there is a 70% chance that I die. Duke, Indiana. Were you too cocky? You were too cocky. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And he's dead. Cannot continue. Lionheart, hello. Huge bear, it's either a dire wolf or a werebear. Looks like we're starting that fresh. I picked the wrong timeline, didn't I? I did too. I don't suppose it's going to let me replay as Indiana, will it? Oh my god. Oh, we spent so much time making him. We're gonna have to speed roll him this time. Oh, Indiana Croft. How cocky you were. Is there a picture of somebody being eaten by a bear? Because I feel like that would be apt. One, two, three, four, five. All right, this is what we're going with. You could have saved him and reloaded, but next time? I don't think there was any way I could have saved him. Oh, you mean save them in here? Oh, that's a good question. Can I load that save? And grab him? Even in non-Iron Man mode? Oh. No. I could just continue from that save, I guess. The preset's only during the design phase. Okay. Listen, the more we know. We don't have to make them too fancy. We won't spend too much time on the character creator. We'll get right back into it. The poor guy. So fast he went down. Indiana Croft. Let's go 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come on, give me something at least with a bit of color. All right, we'll go with this. We'll get his correct, like, hair and beard, which I believe was no beard and short wavy hair. And then I'm just going to give him the jaw. Give him that good Harrison look. We won't be too picky. We can rebuild him as a more accurate character for what we needed. We found out that Explorer was intrigue and diplomacy. Right? Do I have that correct? Or was it prowess and diplomacy? I feel like I know that intrigue was one of them. We'll make him a flamboyant trickster. We're going to make him diligent. We're going to make him impatient. I'm not going to make him brave this time because I think that was the wrong choice. Ambitious is always a good classic. We picked up we had gone journaler, shrewd, all the traveler and stuff he's going to get as he starts. And then most of this he's going to get kind of just as he goes. He's a youngin', so he doesn't have to be too crazy. We could just make him an elusive shadow. Give him some points in prowess. And diplomacy. Why not? He's diligent, he's impatient, he's ambitious. He's ready to explore. He's ready to get up to some crime. Master Indiana of the Eagles of the Hearth. into the Iberian struggle. We get followers skilled in intrigue, followers skilled in diplomacy. I guess we might as well start with the intrigue, guys. Transcribing texts, settle boundary disputes. 3 learning skill challenges. All right, who are our followers right now? Milia the Trickster and Marquisa the Fat. A treacherous villain and a dishonorable villain. We are not going to be very well loved here. It is diplomacy. Diplomacy and intrigue. And slightly more martial contracts. Strangely enough. Local hangers-on and extra watches. So the supply tent, the roaring campfire, and the camp perimeter have unique buildings for us. Marquisa the Fat, you make a good second. And nobody else is particularly good at anything. My God, this is not a great starting setup in terms of jobs. We could maybe settle this boundary dispute. I feel like that's what we need to focus on, though, is diplomacy. If it's not diplomacy, it's not intrigue, it's not travel, it's not martial. So if it's stewardship, learning, we ignore it. I guess weirdly enough, like prowess as well. So if we were to move our camp, we could visit a few places en route. That's what we're going to have to start with. You know what? We could pop into town and just see if there's anybody worth recruiting. At 35 gold, we're probably not going to get anybody, though. So instead, we're just going to adventure. Through here, to there. Scout for talent. The wilderness kit would make that a little less dangerous. Still a little bit dangerous. But let's get our adventures on the go right away. Visit some locations. Say hi to some people. Get the hell out of Iberia. Here we go. Escort quests. That's exactly what we want to pick up. A delegation from the Count of Coruna. If you'll work for Coruna, my liege would pay you well. We gotta go to Burgos to the Count of Lub. We could go to Burgos. All my camps shall travel to Burgos. There's some dangerous mountains. We can nullify that. And we are still shy on jobs, so we might as well just take this. We're going to take the intrigue perk. Are we going to seduce? Are we going to scheme? Scheming, diplomacy, and a little bit of martial, it said. Well, we'll have to explore and see. See what kind of jobs we come up with. Confidence Trickster does seem like something we could probably do. An excellent, successful job here. No problem. We're going to get the baggage train right away to get more of those transport jobs, which we've already picked up already. Escort emissaries. We must go to the barony of Avila. I'm happy to have all of us travel that way. It's a relatively safe place. Let's boogie, make some money. Marquise of the Fat got it herself a cat. We shall speak in my chambers, leader Indiana. Your service is noted. As we gain some excellent hooks. Could look for a wife, but I don't know we need one. A faithful visitor has shown up, an old monk, who will give us the trait Traveler. Very pleased to get that. And then, why not? Why don't we do some improvised spycraft here for some money? This will also help us get a few provisions so we can keep moving. I do feel like our plan across Italy is a good idea, so why don't we travel as one? Then we kind of end up back up here. So we're looking for rumors as we venture through. Some say there's a rumored plot against the Count, or merely the political jousting of a ruthless courtier with one another. Whatever the truth, everyone is a keen gossip. Put our ear to the ground, 95%, or diplomacy, 92%. Put our ear to the ground. Get some tidbits. No one would dare voice something so brazen, entirely open, but behind closed doors after a cup or two of wine and with a mysterious figure seen about the court. The Lord of Segovia is suspected of being an adulterer. We're going to work our charms. Get some words that people shouldn't have shared. It's not the first time I catch my follower Milia fiddling around with some flowers she's been picking alongside the road. Sometimes I swear I even hear her sighing. My leader, it's not a secret that my heart has found a new home far from home. My soul aches for Sanyo. My desires know no end. This godless blackguard. His hair, his eyes, I long for just a salute. I die for a word. Come on in, dude. You seem like a great companion. You're diplomatic, you have intrigue. You might have to be my stooge. I'm not sure. What makes a stooge a good stooge? Just low skills is actually the answer. All right, we're going to make you the caravan master as well, because there's no reason not to have you. The excitement at Burgos is presently directly solely towards an upcoming feast that Count Lub intends to hold. The affair will have to be just grand enough that it's managed to capture the imagination of every halfpenny, rumor monger, chattering gossip, and eavesdropping gutter snipe across the city. All talk is focused on who is to be invited and who not, what food will be served, what entertainment the Count will put on. Not exactly the best environment to be probing for more strategic information. But we'll put our ear to the ground. It's not much, but with our gathered rumors and hearsay being so sparse, there's comparatively little here for the spymaster to work with. Little, but not nothing. A short, grumbled conversation later, and the Count's spies bring forth our agreed pay. Perform in a play. Okay, we have to do that. The people of Burgos are organizing a play that imitates old heroic tales. Count Lub is desperate to find a knight that will satisfy their desires. Knight of the Swan decisions. It will give us the food we need to like max out our food here as well. The market square of Burgos is busier than ever with a troupe of singers doing preparations. A wooden sword? Manya, that's enough. I told you you'd find a real hero for this play, and look who turned up. An easy windfall, wouldn't you say? You just need to impress these peasants. Let's just say this ought to be fun. That's my belief, is it ought to be fun. Poets, musicians, socialites, gabbers. We don't even have 5 people to work for us right now, which is highly problematic, I would argue. I guess a shill, a musician, and we'll make you a gabber to make these phases faster. Now, we're going to be here a lot longer than I was hoping. That's okay. We got some money. We have some camp upgrades to do. We have to look for some people. These 2 dummies are fighting over positions to be disciplined. I'd rather them just figure it out themselves, though. I'm also curious. Can I visit the castle? Ah, I can while I'm doing other things. Well, then let's mingle with some locals at the tavern. Hear a few stories. I'm going to take this chance of increasing my diplomacy and see who's up for recruitment. We have Sancha. She's a giant reaver with a ton of martial. We have Hermengildo, a bold ravener. He's quite a good fighter. And then we have Teresa de Carrion, a wise woman with good learning. Why don't we hire her? And then if we head up to the castle, there's a few more people here. We have Sancho and Alfonso. Sancho is stupid, but he's an absolute thug of a dude. Wow, he would have a crazy high martial score. If not for that. Wrathful, humble, cynical, strategist, reckless. This other guy is a bleeder. He's good at stewardship, but that's not really our jam. He'd make a great stooge for sure. And I guess let's just try to speed this up. Sancho can do some poetry. Yeah, for sure, he is a good stooge. She has wise woman, so she's got a good benefit to being a doctor. And my stooge will also be a bodyguard. I like it. It's a good plan. The baggage train is complete. So we'll get the campfire as well. I've noticed your interest in the arts of subterfuge, my lord. I might be able to help you learn even more. My follower smiles intriguingly as she joins me at the pavilion. She's renowned as anyone with these sets of skills can get, and I would like to deepen my knowledge of intrigue. Yeah, I mean, she's an amateur plotter, but she's got 24 intrigues, so... Sadistic, deceitful, and arbitrary. Rounding a cluster of tents, I leave my pavilion. I come across a gaggle of followers having a dinner. Milia and Marquisa are amongst them. With a flash, a weapon is drawn and blood is about to be spilled. We have a 95% chance of intervening here. Try not to let each other get gutted. Now let's try to cruise through this. The culture in Burgess is unfamiliar to me and some of the customs equally alien. Sancho, acting as our cook for the evening, beckons for me to come over and look at the stewing pot. It's a local recipe, authentically Castilian. Ah, because we have the traveler trade, we can blend it with herbs from the Galician cuisine. Every follower gets new tastes. Good thing we're so learned. And then let's just seize the moment on this play. And then he slew a ferocious beast. The drums grew louder as I made my way through the stage. Trying to remember every play that I've ever watched with weapons lifted above my head, I attack the colorful puppet. The heads roll off the stage and the audience erupts into loud cheering. Sitting on the elevated dais, Count Lub nods. Well, we can demand some money. We're making a lot of noise when sitting down at camp. The elders talk about how this happens when you get older, but we're only 19. Such is the wear and tear of a life lived rough. Challenge failed. Time to start a new playthrough. I'm all but certain it's longer than 80 days. I think so. I think you might be right. We're not quite getting around the world in 80 days. We'll take this. Stop at an inn. I'm just going to use my hooks to get a little bit of extra cash here. And then what are the bonuses we got? Local hangers on was one of our special ones from being explorers. We might as well keep adventuring. But perhaps let's skip the dangers there. Play it a little bit safe. And mosey along. Oh yeah, there's a war going on. I wonder. No wonder that's dangerous. Don't want to hang out there. Eyes in the shadows. Train knights. Ah, escort emissary. That's the job we want. A loyal servant to the Sheik must be carried to Soria. It's a little back the way we came. But we can do the job. No problem. Leave the camp here. There's something therapeutic about cartography, taking pen and brush to canvas, watching the curves and contours of a region come alive, seeing the world from a whole new perspective. It's simply a pleasant exercise, one that I find's taking up many of my idler evenings as of late. The newest may be my greatest creation yet, a complete illustrated and annotated chart of Navarra. You gain an illuminated map of the artifacts and lose stress because you're diligent. What are the differences between these challenges? Oh, they all do different amounts of stress. Aim to create a masterwork. Your doodles are bad. It seems her caravan is lost in these foreign lands. Marquise has been trailing around Lazara for hours. Though she swallowed her pride and asked for directions, she does not appear to be an expert Basque speaker. We'll give it a shot. We're much better. And our cart has broken down, but that's okay. It just means we're a little late. Speaking of learning languages, though, I do feel like we should consider picking up another language. So against who would be another question altogether. You're pretty well learned, but you're too far away from me. Not a lot of well-learned men around. guy's decent. I guess we'll give it a shot. I don't know if we keep moving away, if I'm even going to be able to keep learning that language. Anyway, we got our money. Head back to camp. And I want to say, let's maybe just keep exploring. We could just like head to sea and sail to Genoa. I don't like any of these forests that are all extremely dangerous. And even with a wilderness kit, they don't go down very much at all. Perhaps we should head to like Carcassonne instead. Well, that's much safer for us. In fact, it is completely safe. Let's go that away. See what we can find. The open road. High altitude and the brisk air of Béarn has very refreshing quality as we traverse the local hill fort. The soldiers in the valley below appear to be practicing some rare type of training technique you've never seen before. While doing so, I'm approached by a local captain, Henrique, who says, "Would you like to join in, my lord?" Rough terrain expert or a chance to become reckless? But I gain stress because I'm impatient. Unfortunately, we're in a hurry. Ooh, and I can actually pick up travel contracts while I'm traveling. I didn't know that. As we continue through Tursand, my eye catches an elaborate tomb. Oh yeah, let's rob this. We got caught on a 92% success chance. Grave robbing. Woof. We find ourselves standing in front of a local guide bartering for his services to be rendered. The lands are not to be trifled with. It's no joke out there. You'll either need these maps or my services. I can tell you that for free. But he's right. There's something about his demeanor that makes me hesitate. Detailed maps. Oh, wow. These are really good artifacts. Travel speed, 20%. Travel safety, 20%. Travel companion's opinion, 10%. You will become the owner of detailed maps. This guy's like, yeah, he's okay. Well, we're going to buy these maps. These are some great maps. Bundle of maps shows the lay of the land in great detail across much of the known world, particularly useful when navigating tricky and treacherous terrain. DLC all ready to get? Should be. Should literally be coming out this very second. All right, where does this guy got to go? You can't take contracts when traveling. What if I just move my camp here? What if can I just stop moving my camp? If I abort travel. Yeah. This guy needs to go to Bar, the country of Bar. That's a journey. Wait. Oh my God, a dog. I need to bring a dog to the king of Lotharingia. Yes, absolutely. Does all my camp want to go or just me? I feel like just me. This is kind of very far for my whole camp to move. And then I could come back and I could take this other emissary quest. Choplicker is going to travel on a satin pillow. We're going to customize this route so that on the way back from Bar, we'll swing by Paris. And you know what? We might as well swing by this place as well. I'm going to hire guards because it's a pretty big journey. 6 months of travel. Should we visit the Palace of Ashen as well? How much is this Kingdom of Brittany adding to me? 7 months. 7 months. I guess that's fairly irrelevant then. Seven months is 7 months. We could scout for talent en route. Or, alternatively, we could make haste. Which doesn't appear like it's going to speed anything up anyway, so... She's still my best caravan master. All right, let's kick it. Got some local hangers on. Hopefully this other escort quest will still be kicking around when we're there. Lionheart, hello. Welcome on in, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're doing a little exploration today. Doing some exploring. Come on in. We're playing as Indiana Croft, the famous explorer from Spain. We've started down in the edge of Asturias, and we're trying to make our way as far across the world as possible. Right now, we're just adventuring. We're doing any traveling quests that we can. Come on in. Come on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Cyrus, Fox King, thank you both for the follows. Welcome to the agency. Everyone else, if you don't know who I am, my name is AgentNumberOne. I'm a strategy and variety streamer focusing mostly on like tactical games, big 4X games, tactical turn-based games. I love a good bit of Crusader Kings. We're checking out the new DLC. We did robber barons yesterday, playing as all criminals. And today we're going for explorers to try and see what kind of exploration we can do. We're not quite criminals, but we are doing a lot of intrigue contracts. The people of Malbodin seem to profess a special devotion towards their knights and their legends. My lord, it's most fortunate that you and I came to meet at this crossroad, for I'm in search of a marvelous fountain, which water is said to cure all illness. If you were to help me in this quest, I shall pay homage to you. This sounds like a job for a famous explorer. We follow the knight. We can convince him to become our knight. Whoa, 29 Marshall. This guy's very good. %81 chance we could just recruit him. Honestly, there's definitely no fancy fountain in France, but where we're going on the other side of the world, there could be, young knight. Join me and forget about this foolishness. As we trek through Malbodin, our caravan has stopped at a clearing. I proceed towards the commotion to find Teresa and Gomez having a row. No more of your idiocy, you contemptuous scullion. You're the one who whined the entire journey. We'll try to make everybody make amends here. Get everybody friendly together. We're going to have to find a great position for this guy. I feel like he makes a very good head porter. Marshall giving him a great bonus to this. Though I'm also like, would he make a good caravan master? He'd make a very good safe caravan master, but not super fast. Let's just keep him as a head porter. We need more people. We might as well keep hiring them. Can you play as an unlanded child? You can, yes. I don't know that there's a lot for you to be able to do, but you can be an unlanded kid. Against your own courtiers and guests, it's easier to seduce. What kind of scheming? I wanted to go for scheming here, so we can find secrets. Get our intrigue up. I don't think Indiana Croft would be a torturer. A seducer, I mean, maybe. Harrison Ford is a bit of a babe for sure. But I think we'll go for scheming. As we walk down the halls of the Ile-de-France, Amory says to me, this part of the estate is haunted. The hall is a bit darker than I would have expected, candles flickering at their posts. When we stop at the old dining hall, Amory turns to me again. Would you like a tour of the haunted manor? Absolutely. As we're walking down a dark and deserted hallway, the few furnishings we come across are covered with sheets, adding to the ghostly atmosphere. Was that a rat? I hurry up to catch my entourage. Amory turns to face us, squinting as he utters the words, and through here, my lords and ladies. Now, what's this nook over here? We're explorers. Of course I'm going to explore. I enter through the narrow door and am greeted with a form of dusty brightness coming from the covered windows. The room appears to have been an old study. Smack dab in the middle of the room is a pedestal of an animal figurine. Stress gain. Great. Who could have owned this? It's in remarkably good condition considering the location where it's stored. This belongs in a museum. With my possessions in my pocket, I saunter around the dark and narrow halls to find the rest of my group in the dining room at the end of the manor. A large dark figure hanging from one of the archways in the room, and I can't help but wonder what purpose it might serve. My lord, what did you get up to? These dark halls aren't safe on their own. A perfectly ordinary house to me. My dudes, amazing. Is that? Interesting. So that was like a court artifact I got. I actually can't even use it. I guess I could probably like sell it somehow. Brovid and Kames, thank you also for the follows and welcome to the agency. Through here, my playroom. We are going to go up this diplomacy tree. I do feel like a diplomat is going to be a good idea. Travel safety, learning languages. The elope scheme on non-lovers. Scheme secrecy 25% as well. Yeah, I feel like a diplomat is going to be the way to go. Oh, we gotta move our camp when we get back. I forgot that we're a fugitive. We probably don't want to get arrested. Had to restart Steam to get it to download the update. Sometimes it takes a little bit for Steam to actually like kick in and get it going. Scouting out ahead of the camp, I come across a ramshackle collection of traders gathered around large and old ruined buildings, the remaining ones in good condition being occupied by merchants. The wares are fairly standard, food mostly, yet my eye is drawn towards the pock-marked walls of the ruin. Are we ruin robbing? Ruin raiding? We discover a small trinket. A horn of a catalopas. Fertility and spouse's opinion. A questionably shaped lump of horn, purportedly from the mythological catalopas. And then a grotto emerges from the vegetation. A small wooden table and a stall. Someone has left a lantern burning on it. Careful, my liege, there are bandits in these lands. You're quick to make accusations. A dimly lit figure stands in the entrance of the cave. I'm merely a hermit, and you carry the title of the leader. Ignore a hermit or tell me about my future. Dude, give me a prophecy for sure. You shall find that who seeks. Interesting. Oh my god, a dangerous beast. A boar. The black beast charges onto the tracks, its straight trotters kicking up dirt. Flanked by poplar trees, it completely blocks our way forward to Tursan. Gomez, just look at those tusks. Well, I am not going to handle this myself. The last time we did this, we died. This is what I hired Captain Gomez to do. And he has been mauled by the boar. That's his job. He's a mercenary captain. Mercenary captains get mauled by boars. Real Robert Baratheon moment. It's true. Listen, nobody wants to fight a boar. Not if you don't have to. A noble envoy from the Count of Garcia needs protection from bandits and accidents. Where are you going? Brittany. Oh man, we just came from there. If I buy a wilderness kit, it will do nothing for these forests. Mercenary guards will do not much either. And if I make haste, it is extremely dangerous for us to travel. I'm going to put Boma in charge here. He's a little bit safer. And then it's not really risky for me to make haste. So I think let's just go with that. Marquisa does not appear to be doing well, though. She's gotten very sick. But we have a sneeze? A court physician? Why not? Always funny to me how being an explorer is so much akin to being a gullible child. Oh, what's this? Oh, how exciting. Bowman's in charge of our food supplies and sheepishly revealed our provisions are all but useless, having been poorly stored. Nature will provide for us. I assume. Hopefully. Seems good. We've gained a hook on Count Garcia. And have become widely known already. Well, we're already becoming distinguished. Traversing the plains on the outskirts of Blay, we were suddenly attacked by a swarm of bandit riders out for blood. Another set of riders rapidly approaches from the nearby holding, led by the Mayor Piares. I'm very pleasantly surprised by the altruistic demeanor of the local mayor, and I praise God they arrived in time. You should join us for some Basque hospitality, he says. That'd be my honor. What a cool dude. Maybe we should go visit him. All right, we got a little bit of money. It does not look like we have much in the way of jobs. Requires you to use a train knight character interaction on contractors' knights. We're a bit low on provisions, so we could just take this job. This is like a counselor job. Alternatively, we could get on the road. What is the special thing we get for baggage trains as explorers? Supply tent, supply tent, supply tent, roaring campfire, camp perimeter. Oh, actually nothing. The pavilion is $200 to upgrade. We've got the hangers on. Ample steeds would give us extra travel speed. Or private tents would allow us to get interesting characters. You know what? Let's get private tents. Let's do it. We'll bang our way around. Penrith, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the agency. I think instead of doing this, let's just keep moving. We have a bit of money right now. Can we get all the way to Provence? Oh, with ease. We could go even further if we wanted. Could we get to Turin and the capital of Italy? Yes. Though it becomes a little bit more dangerous. If we take some Pathfinder's gear, it's not too hard to get over those mountains. Sure. But as long as there's traveling quests, why not get paid? This guy also wants to go to Brittany. We could do this one pretty fast. We're explorers, right? It's important to explore, even if it's areas we've already explored. We run into the Scarlet Queen Inn. They barely have room for us inside, and especially not you ragtag types, they say. We'll try to get our way in here. Get some comfortable trappings, a diplomacy challenge. Nice. Boost to health, boost to stress, boost to capacities. We deliver some people. And pick up some intrigue points. Exposing secrets gives prestige. Schemes using grace. Enables search for secrets. This is what I want. Now when we travel, we can dig up dirt on people. And then hopefully we can use that dirt to make money. I do love that, like, the provisions literally go, like, as you travel, it goes down. It's not all up front. So there's no problem if you want to stop and take on some jobs. Explore a little bit as you go. These two are arguing, Beaumod and Teresa, my physician and my caravan master. We'll try to help them make amends. Well, if I fail at this, it is possible one of them will leave my entourage. Let's just say we're in a rush for now. And then we got lots of good jobs here. Regale courts, perform in plays, protect the innocent, do some traveling. A friendly clamor. Tough to describe what's so appealingly intimate about the low buzz of the camp settling in for the evening. Maybe it's the discussions of distant places we've all been to, the smell of the campfires starting to be lit, or the rhythmic metallic thunking of nails being hammered into soft terrain all around me. All of this forms a quiet, comforting blanket of familiarity. This is my domain, and these are my people. A small kingdom, but one where I know every sight, sound, and soul. Move speed, 10% for 10 years. Lose stress. Or become the leader of the circle and get some diplomacy. No, let's speed up. Reign in the chaos. It's also occurred to me that we haven't really gone to fix our hat. I think the straw hat is the closest thing we're going to get to an Indiana Jones style cowboy hat here. The commoner's sombrero actually could work. That might be even a little closer. I feel like sombrero and cowboy hat are pretty close. Right? Like that feels right. The traveler's cloak also looks good. Adventurer's cloak could work. I like that it matches our outfit so far. New DLC time. I'm very excited for everybody to get access. All right, where do you want to go is the big question. To Burr. Up north. Everybody wants to go up north. Climb a couple of mountains. It's a little bit dangerous. Searching for secrets drops my safety. Or scouting for talents does not. We visited the capital of the Kingdom of Italy, which I didn't realize was actually moved. I went to the wrong place. Kind of glad we did this. That hat has big crikey vibes. It does. Big crikey vibes. Sanyo and Sancho are getting along together. Good for them. I failed an 82% chance to learn Arabic. I feel like this is a language I'm gonna want to learn. So we're gonna get overwhelmed by stress. But we can pick up athletic, which is fantastic. This was a good stress break for us. Let's have some camp revelry. A small celebration at the camp funded by gold, but modified by stocks of provisions. Invitees will include everyone from camp plus local rulers. I don't think we've ever done this. Cheery. Attract strangers. I'm going to go for stress relief. No guest of honor. I don't have supply tents, and I don't have mess tents, so I can't make this any better. Let's have a party. Giving up on the save you had pre-update as your 5-star Diplo Witch King with a 6-year-old son going to university, got invited to a feast, and on the way, the country was hit by typhus. Oh my god. Perion, hello, dude. Your king got typhus and died before he could get home. Listen, that's part of the story, though, right? Leaving the 6-year-old king there forever. Why not? Maybe that 6-year-old king doesn't even want to be on the throne. Now, you could be like, I'm going to go out on an adventure instead. I'm too young to be in charge. If the DLC is ready to play or we need to wait, it should be ready to play. You should be able to get it right now. Finally, we're gathered the supplies, prepared, the fire cracking merrily in our midst. Let the revelry begin. And then, Sanyo gesticulates wildly. He tumbled like a sack of bricks. Hit them right in the head, he did. Sanyo soaks up the acclaim, gathering with a satisfied smile. Quite a tale of daring do indeed. The assorted company still seems agog, trying to cajole another story from Sanyo's lips. Because I am a traveler, I have a story too. I one-up him. Everybody loves me. Wenceslas, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Made it to roughly 1,200 from 867. That's pretty good. Oh, Sanyo was upset that I one-upped him, though. I guess I should have seen that coming. A furor. My ears prick up and I swivel to see a couple of my followers engaged in discussion with a woman stood beside a horse-drawn cart. The finest wares! I saw and heard your revelries from afar, and of course had to divert to offer you fine people a chance at procuring them. I don't really do this. You can become the owner of fine regalia. That's actually pretty good. $75. Yeah. For a good set of regalia, why not? I like the idea that my guy is drunk and buying a fancy scepter. Exposing secrets now gives prestige. And we have longer to do intrigue. The drink in your cup trickles away to nothing, the last dregs drained. I turn to search for another, but I find a small assortment of people in the same predicament. We're fresh out, says Teresa. We could break open another barrel, but if we don't finish it, it might go stale. Let us live a little. Yeah, no. Why not? You gained life of the party for 10 years. We're trying to get our stress down, so... The fire sputters, its embers glowing where once they roared. The revelers likewise begin to drift off towards their sleeping spots. A wonderful revelry it was. I actually gained provisions from that somehow. Carousing level 2. May upgrade a random camp building for free if you have a really good party. That's awesome. I'm a bit low on provisions here, so you're 550, you're 550, you're 825. This is a prowess. I think we could do this. Pick up some secrets maybe en route. Why not? Christy, good morning. How we doing? Animals, thugs, and ruffians. The mere thought seems to disturb Count Alberico's demeanor. The common people of this country are so agitated, I fear they would rise in arms any moment. Those with young families have been rebuking my officers, asking why we've not protected them. Let's go for no reason to compromise. All right, who do we have? We need muscle, we need thugs, a lookout, and a footpad. Our success chance is pretty low right now. All right, so Sanyo makes my best lookout. He'll speed things up. And Milia actually makes a good footpad with the new scheme system. Deceitful and calm. Marquisa makes an excellent thug. And for muscle, we've got Sancho, my bodyguard, and Beaumond, my head porter. 81%? Yo, that's not bad. And 6 days per phase? 10 days per phase? We'll crush this. No time. Teresa has now become known as Teresa the Chaste. I think I'll... You know what? These phases are so fast. This will give us an extra 5%. Why don't we go up to... We'll go up to 15. We'll spend another 50 days here. An extra month and a half. Just so we have some more advantages we can press. Leverage our advantages to protect the innocent against Count Alberico. 91% success chance. Success! 3, 4, and there goes the 5th boar this morning. I put the corpse down in the cart right in time for Alberico to arrive with his servants. What a magnificent job. No more murdered cattle, no more lost children. Have your payment, and if the common folk complain once again, I know who to call for. An exceptional success, actually getting us 1,300 provisions, which I dare say means we can probably get out of here. We got a bit of extra cash. We've got upgrades to our baggage train and our roaring campfire. I think let's upgrade the pavilion. It's going to bankrupt us a little bit, but isn't that the joy of travel? And then I kind of want to say, let's go to Venice, but let's like go through Genoa, the Vaticano, Roma, and then Ravenna. If I pick up some Pathfinder's gear, it's pretty much a safe path the whole way. We could search for secrets. I think this would be a good exploration. We get to see some good stuff. You're still kind of my best caravan master. Let's get cruising. Ron, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. We visit the walls of Genoa, getting some more traveler experience. We're becoming quite good at this. We're almost halfway up to Wanderer. I sit by the lead baggage cart, letting the sounds and smells of the camp wash over me. It's different from a life within the safe walls of a palace. The freedom is easy to enjoy. No obligations, no counselors yapping, no dignitaries to entertain, none of the downsides of the trapping of power. Yet these freedoms are dearly purchased. The constant scraping for survival does wear thin, and increasingly every night I yearn for a proper bed. Gain experience in Wanderer and take up some stress, or gain the trait flexible leader. I enjoy this life. We'll take the stress. Happy to take the stress hit. The Grand Cathedral, the capital of the papacy, the Colosseum, the great city of Roma, and a sickness in the herd. Oof, we are not good at this. %64% chance the herd is sick for 10 years and we lose 75 prestige. Or a 60% chance that happens anyway, or worse. You know what? We're going to try to treat them. These are the gambles. These are the gambles you got to make sometimes. We'll pick up faster murders, though I don't necessarily intend to do much murdering. And we visit the Republic of Venice, the Doge's Palace. Oh, my head, moans Marquisa. She rides alongside me. She simply slumps down across her horse, whimpering and clutching at her temples. Somebody had a good night last night. She gains hungover for 3 months. We can lose a little bit of stress, or we can make everybody like us. Because we have life of the party. I actually have some stress I wouldn't mind getting rid of, so we're going to just laugh at her predicament. It's always easy to laugh at the hungover person. Astros, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Hungover for 3 months. How much did she drink? It's a good question. I imagine a lot. Okay, so some of these people are worth exposing. I expose this guy, I get 200 prestige. If I expose you, I only get 100. I could get a strong hook on her. She's a guest of the Pope. She's a dwarven deviant. I don't think that blackmail does much for me right now. And we got a ton of jobs. Artifact deliveries. Count Igaloof. I imagine these all pay... No, they all actually pay different amounts. I wish they'd tell me where I'm going. Furnished mail to Napoli. Well, that's pretty free. Why not? Get us some cash, get us some provisions. We might even pick up some extra people here in Naples. International stream superstar and world-renowned drum and bass DJ. I don't know if that's necessarily true. But Raziel, how you doing? A fine gift. You've done well. You may enjoy the pleasures of Napoli. Get those hooks. The sea is calm and forgiving, still as a boulder and a powerful wind at our back to boot. It'll be an easy day for the rowers below, but I spot the mangled corpse of a ship buried nose first into jagged rocks up ahead. There doesn't appear to be survivors, and the rocks would be no trivial thing to navigate, yet I feel compelled to go and investigate this mysterious wreck. This sounds like an adventure for Indiana Croft. Let's see if we can find something of value. Much to my surprise, I begin to hear a voice hailing our ship as we approach. The man appears to be a wealthy noble floating among the remains of a door. I thought we'd never see another soul again before the sea would claim me as it did my companions. He introduces himself as Oduin, claiming to be a noble from Foggia. He could join our camp, but he's not very good. We'll help him to shore. I don't need a bunch of random riffraff. The seas around here are thick with traders going about their usual craft. One such merchant ship holds an item that is immediately takes my interest: the bejeweled scriptures. We can try to steal it. One could argue that this book deserves to be in a museum. And that museum is my backpack. Slowly building up our collection of artifacts. Can the artifacts get lost? They can be stolen, or they can break down over time. Doing well, Mr. Streamer Man. Had dinner, ready for some lurking. Hope life is treating you all right. It's doing pretty good. I'm really enjoying this new DLC. I'm having a laugh with it. It's fun to go on these adventures. Where's this guy going? Barony of Regensburg, where King Carloman sits of Bavaria. We could go up that way. But I think I want to go down to the Byzantines and work our way east. I don't like plague. I don't want to do this contract. I changed my mind. That's a bad job. You also want me to go to Regensburg. Ah, I'd love to steal this. All right, I guess we have no choice. It is only 4 months, and it does take us to another capital. And we could pop up to Wurzburg on the way up back. Add an extra month, but visit a new location. Why not? I suppose we haven't been up this way. Can I, instead of the artifact delivery, just keep it? That's kind of what I was hoping, but it doesn't appear to be the case. Patiently waiting for a community flavor pack and few other mods to update before you hop in. That's totally fair. We bring forth the armor, get $100. Interesting. I don't know if that glitched there, but I ended up doing both of those jobs. A little forest of tents puts himself up every few evenings, something we've gotten very good at. Like first one, then another. People and tools spreading down the lines, helping their neighbors in a model of speed and efficiency. Even Marquisa and Sancho are helping each other, laughing like old friends. They already like me. I'm glad they're all getting along, quite frankly. Travel safety 10%, but also max learn language schemes. Who likes us in Italy? This guy does. Oh, you like us and you're really smart. But you're too far away. Difficult. 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 Why is Italian so hard to learn? Is it because everyone is a damned fool? Kind of, yeah. Adelwin, the Wolf Boy. As we travel through the wild lands of New Weissenberg, I find myself with a distinct feeling of being watched. Hiding poorly, I see a frail, dirty boy watching our entourage. A member of our caravan informs me that the locals say these lands are haunted by someone they call Adelwin, raised far away from human society as a wolf. The poor creature has taken fascination with us and has even started to speak some basic Iberian, though not to any meaningful proficiency. Oh, he's an imbecile. You ain't stalked for 2 years. Feral and malnourished. Listen, we're taking this kid in. And we're 100% going to make him the stooge. Oh, I have to wait till he grows up. We already have a good stooge. We actually have 2 idiots, but is it possible to only take 1 contract at a time? I think you can take more than 1. Because, like, this is a scheme, for example. But you can't be traveling is the problem. So I don't know, you might be able to accept something like a scheme and then go travel onwards. This would give us some provisions. Regale the courts. I think we are stuck here for the length of the scheme, though. All right, Sanyo, you're going to be on that job. Milia, you're here, which means Marquisa, you're probably there. No, let's put Teresa here. Rakisa and Bowman. I don't think we're being unreasonable, snarks the cook, who drew the short straw on coming to speak with me. There's plenty of farms here, even if they're not great ones. It cannot be that hard for us to pause briefly and stock up on little luxuries. I mean, you're not wrong. But we didn't get very much. Nice. After lots of hard work, we've learned Arabic. We'll write that guy a letter. That's going to help us a lot on our journeys. And I guess we'll take a job done right here for some hostile schemes. Yeah, so I don't think we can... I think you probably can only take one job at a time. Now, sorry, the upgrades, the special upgrades we get as explorers. Supply tents. Supply tents. Camp perimeter. So let's go with the supply tent for now. Giving us a quartermaster, extra options for camp revelry, extra supplies. Adelward approaches me in a rare display of affection. You're welcome, dum-dum. Big, dumb, stupid head. The wolf child is always stupid, you think? I mean, it feels appropriate. Dinner at Count Meinhardt's court is an ideal time to impress his courtiers with my dashing escapades. The happier they are, the fatter my purse. We could do charming deeds or tall tales. Let's do some tall tales. Of our adventures and our tomb robbing. They're not necessarily tall tales because they're gonna come true. We're just telling the stories that haven't quite happened yet. That's the key. Franconians like Count Meinhardt, a proud Galician like myself, is a rare, curious foreign oddity, something of a rare treat. They're not exactly polite in their opinions, but that just makes them easier to goad and so to entertain. Tell them a tale about Galician living? Or paint them a picture? Oh, yeah, let's tell them a tale. An enthralling tale. We are a storyteller after all. An adventurer. Sancho, our stooge, is now known as Sancho the Incompetent. And our supply tent has been upgraded. Now, we got to think about where we're going. We've done a job satisfactory. His courtiers have privately approached me and asked to take on our camp. Oh. Leonide. You're not very good at all, at anything, in fact. Mountains, deserts, steppes, and drylands. Oasis, jungle, taiga, steppe, and drylands. Or bonuses to attacking. Desert, desert, mountains, mountains, oasis, jungle. I guess the thing is we're probably going to cut through here. We did just learn Arabic. So why don't we get the upgrades to get through the desert? Extra water. A figure stumbles into camp, clearly in need of a square meal. His name is Giselberto. There's more like me, all left to rot after every petty conflict ends. Our sword arms work as well as ever, but our lot wanders and starves. We're the only ones who won't rob the vulnerable for food and valuables. He's a spindly wise man with a lot of learning. A friend to old soldiers. +1 martial. 5 prestige. I feel like we just don't need someone with a lot of learning right now. We have our physician, who is already a wise woman. We'll take friend to old soldiers. Adelwyn longs for the wild. He's been a real challenge to mentor, that much is certain. He's scarcely able to string a sentence together and still prowls around like a beast. Life indoors seems to cause him a great deal of stress, and when he does decide to speak, he speaks almost exclusively of returning to the wild. I watch as he stands uncomfortably on 2 legs and motions to leave. I know somehow that this time he is leaving for good. Give me one more chance, Adelwyn. No, he died. R.I.P. little wild boy. With the great city of Constantinople in iconoclastic hands, a new patriarch has been put in charge. Okay. That's no problem to me. All right, we got to get through this quest. What drives us onwards? I've been wondering, my dear Indiana. The Count Midleheart idles one dinner. You spin these tales of your life and deeds, and yet you live neath a muddy flap tent, barely sheltered from torrential rain and scorching sun alike. With so many of the basic comforts of life denied to you, what's the thing that motivates you to get up in the morning? Why keep marching on the next day when you need to do it again? Because we're explorers, we have a unique option here. Simple. There are sights yet unseen. Diplomacy and learning. Interesting. I have a better chance of saying, does there need to be a single reason? But I'm gonna do the explorer option because I want to. How romantic. We're a teller of exotic myths. As we're riding through Treviso, my thoughts wander idly, bored by the monotony of simple transit. A sudden shout of alarm. An attack? I whip my head around. No, it's that damned fool Sancho, falling from his horse and going tumbling down a small incline straight into a wicked-looking thicket, shrieking and crying as he goes. Moments later, he emerges, swearing profusely and alive, but not unharmed. I could use this stress reduction, honestly. Laugh aloud. Oh, Sancho. What a cad. Interrupted from my stroll near the pavilion as I approach a nervous stranger. Do you want to take in a homeless rabbinist? 20 Diplo. That we could do. That's better than any diplomatist we have. And she's good at stewardship, and she's good at learning. She's actually quite good for all sorts of things. We become prepared for anything. 2 of my agents have found a common cause in our plan beyond the basic goal. Impressed by our compatriots' skill with letters, speechcraft, and general rhetoric, Teresa has taken to studying what Sanyo does differently in the hopes of improving her own skills. Your diplomacy increasing is not that great for me. I'm going to steal that experience for myself. In a moment, my leader, Minna, stops me as I surveys the encampment. Do not think that your efforts go unnoticed. The men admire you, children pretend to be like you when you play, and the whole camp seems to think you're the greatest man alive. I wish to help you in the same way that you help us. I know of your current efforts, and I believe I would be a worthy addition. Self-employed, base success chance 20%. add a devotee slot. I mean, this job is basically done, right? It is. I'll just let her brag for me, and then let's wrap this up. Seize the moment. Failure! The ignorant curs, they invite us here, providing nothing but slop for food, bedding made from straw that was old when my grandfather was young, and poke and needle at our every roadside story. The hospitality on display is, well, what hospitality? Count Meinhardt is furious. Clearly, only thing keeping us out of the dungeon is the sense that we'd be more trouble than it's worth. Good grief. We didn't even get paid. Let's get the hell out of here. Where are we going to go? That's the real question. I kind of think let's just like take a boat down to Greece. Can we go here? 500 food? We could absolutely afford that. It'll take us 4 months to sail there. And then we'll be in a whole new world. I'd love to make my way down to the Library of Alexandria. 30 euros for the DLC. I mean, this is a big DLC. Like, it adds a whole new system on the game. And we have an emissary to escort. Perfect. I must go to bar. This is a different bar than the bar we're used to going to. Yes. I don't want everybody to go back that way. So we can have people stay at the camp. Honestly, I could just sail there for free. But I'm a little curious if I was to, like, go through some of these sites and locations. Or, like, maybe on the way back? Could I perhaps go to all these holy sites? What are we doing in Greece if we're not sightseeing, you know? It seems pretty dangerous. We're going to want some Pathfinder's gear, and I hate to say it, but I think a mercenary captain. That would keep me out of most of the trouble. It would let us see the sights and sounds. Part of me feels like we might just get an adventure to Constantinople. We might be able to just move the camp over to Helicanarsis. Right now, this will be our adventure. Welcome to Paradox Pricing. Nothing new. Yeah. I guess it is what it is. This is the first time a DLC has cost 30 euros. I do feel like that is a lot. I mean, in comparison to the other DLCs. But I don't feel... like, this is really an entire other game layer. Like, there's a lot added in this update. And it's an entirely different way to play the game, right? I've heard tell of the military exploits of the legendary Albanian mercenaries. Passing through Mat, I am fortuitous enough to come across a highly skilled mercenary commander. An extremely highly skilled mercenary commander. 27 martial, 20 prowess. All he wants is 15 gold. Dude, you are so hired, it's not even fair. You're a bodyguard. Minna, you're going to become my quartermaster, who I totally forgot to appoint. And my chief forager is going to be my personal physician, who is excellent at this job as well. He's a good caravan master. He keeps us safe, which I like. He's not as fast, but I feel like 29 safety is really strong on him. Good, good, excellent, good. This bodyguard is average. And an idiot. He's my stooge, but I'm all right with that. Tours and tournaments on sale, $29.99 as well, normally. Age of Wonders post to expect news this week. I didn't, Nibki. That's amazing. I'm very glad to hear that. Welcome to the new world. Game development, like everything, is getting more expensive. Yeah. Royal Court, also $29.99. I would say that this adds more than those. But again, it also depends, like whether or not you want to play as an adventurer, whether you want to play as administrative, whether or not you want to play as Byzantium. Again, like there's a lot of new stuff added in here. I can't do anything with him. Can we get any upgrades for... Upgrading our supply tent will give us another upgrade slot here to increase provision capacity. I think that would be a good idea. We're probably going to need to start buying provisions en route as well. Expect news this week. That's so hype. And not that I need a reason to play AOW4. I mean, they're probably going to announce Season 2. Which I am super A-okay about. I guess better treatments. Never goes wrong there. New game news this week. I'm calling shenanigans. All the game companies got together. How can we mess with the community? Let's release everything in 1 week. Yeah, that is what this week feels like. And I'm a little curious as to why. It might have something to do with like people being back to school. Cool. I also just got a key offer. I know what we're playing Thursday now. Danger on the mountain trails. Where is Sanyo? I demand to know. My voice barely escaping my dry mouth. Mikhail is standing in front of a bunch of freshly turned rocks. Sanyo! We may attempt a mountain rescue, but this is very dangerous and many will perish. R.I.P. Sanyo. I don't have the bodies to just be thrown away here to people. What, are you kidding me? I'm wondering if I should marry my quartermaster. She does like me. She's not bad. We can't visit the castle. We could gather provisions. You know what? Why not? That's literally Teresa's job. All right, well, we gotta go to Constantinople. You know? Like, you can't come all the way here and not go to Constantinople. Even if it is horribly under siege. Could we perhaps just sail there? That seems like it would be dramatically safer to do. And also like way faster. 4 months. Yeah, it's 6 months to go overland. Why would I not go out to sea? It's only going to cost us like 300 provisions as well. Putting the AOW 4 into legacy mode? Jeez, I really hope I really hope not. It did really well for them. They should be expanding on it, so. She's not bad. She's like 7 logistics. Your state started a 2-week holiday and a neighboring state starts for 2 weeks next week. I'm not saying it's about the Aussies, but it could be. I mean, I got no other logical reasoning for it, so. Find it funny people get hyped for something without actually knowing what the thing is, bit like the scene in Men in Black. I mean, I'm hyped about Age of Wonders news because it's my main game. And I want to see what else they got. Is it Istanbul or is it Constantinople? It's Constantinople. So it is confusing. This boat is really puttering around the islands here. I think this was the right choice. Come on. Nice. We even got a nice martial perk from it. Can use a make a request to make count rank rulers start a grand tournament. We could become a little gallant. Why not? We cannot visit the capital because it is under siege. That's the unfortunate part. This guy wants some reliable mercenaries to travel to the barony of Turnovgrav. Yeesh. We're gonna need to hire some guards. Well, we could just do Pathfinders. Save us some money. Scout for some talent maybe en route. I think it'll be fine. A bit extra cash wouldn't hurt us. Number of people I saw having massive freakouts about how awesome Starfield was going to be. Yeah, I was hesitant about Starfield right away. We all knew at the time Bethesda was working on a game called Starfield. Saw a thing the other day in a docu about the Byzantine Emperor. The different names might actually stem from a translation error. The possibility that the expert was just being nice and didn't want to tell the Englishman that some European invader tried to rename their city. Did you hear about, this is a really funny story, that just came out in the news the other day about an esports organization. There was like this esports organization was organizing a big tournament in Copenhagen with a big like $1 million prize pool or something like that. I can't remember which one it is, like the ESLW or something. And apparently they created all the merch for this event and they misspelled Copenhagen. They only put one P in it. So instead of trying to do something like weasel their way out of the contract or like just lean into their error, somebody from the company went and edited the Wikipedia page for Copenhagen and removed the P's from all the times it says Copenhagen on Wikipedia. And they got caught, obviously, because Wikipedia tracks where the edits come from. And the edit was specifically tied to like a local IP within that building in the office for the esports organization that misprinted the hoodies. And I love it. I'm very curious whether or not it was just like some intern who screwed up and was like, you know what? My boss is probably too stupid to figure this out. Maybe if I just change Wikipedia, I could be like, look, this is what it says on Wikipedia. That's where I got the name from. And that would save his bacon. But I also like love the idea that these are definitely collector's items now because of this misprint. It's so bad. I just love that, like, literally there was like the IP trace in the Wikipedia edit to say who specifically did it. Well, not who specifically, but where it came from was like inside the office. The call was coming from inside the house. I feel really bad because I guarantee you whoever runs that esports organization is probably a monster. Like whoever their boss is or management. When I lived in Toronto, I did a little bit. I went through like a 4-phase interview recruitment series to get a job with an esports organization in Toronto. And after the 4th interview, I wrote them an email that was like, so every single one of these steps has been covered in red flags. And it seems like everyone at this office is like happily perpetuating the most toxic work environment they possibly can. So I don't want this job. I have no interest in taking this job. I think you all are monsters. And I can see why your company is falling apart. It's basically what I wrote them in this email. And I think I learned from that most esports organizations are run by absolute sociopaths. Certainly this one was. We're going to make some amends here. Make some friends. Sancho! Sancho left. Did he? It still says he's my bodyguard. But it also just said he left. I don't know who to believe. Curious. Did I get a reply? Yes, I got a reply from HR. For the company's HR, which was definitely one person. And that was it. And I don't even know if it was an HR response. It was a very like legal response that I was like, this was extremely well crafted. That just basically said like, we're looking into matters of this and we take this all very seriously and blah, 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 blah. And I really hope that nobody who interviewed me got in trouble for that, but they definitely did because everyone who worked there was a lunatic. It was a really, really bizarre job interview experience. Every time they referred to the boss of the organization, they were like, he is an interesting individual. He's very eccentric. And I was like, oh man, this is not good. This is not a good sign. I was coming off of working in the fine art world, working with like art gallery owners. And I was like, oh, all these people are lunatics that work in the art gallery world. And they were like, great, then you're used to working with lunatics. Which I was like, is that what I want you to tell me about this job? But that doesn't sound like what I want to hear. That seems like a very bad thing to be told. All right, folks, where are we going? Are we going to go down to Halicarnassus? Or should we just sail straight for Alexandria? I feel like let's sail straight for Alexandria and we can pop in to Halicarnassus en route. TBH, I don't see why we can't, like, go across this sea to get there. I think there's a bit of a weird thing right now because traveling across the sea doesn't seem to cost you anything extra. Normally it costs a ton of gold because you're transporting armies, but it seems to have no real expenses here. So let's move. Let's boogie. Quite funny, another take on the story. Player suggested renaming the company PPGL Esports. Do love it. It's a great way around it, right? You have a good one. You quit your job, which is a good thing. One of the last tasks was to onboard a new guy into what you were doing. That guy quit right after you. Must have known he would quit for a while. Dude just wasted everyone's time and nobody was onboarded to replace you. Oh. I only feel bad for the few people who are working there that you probably liked. That just like had to pick up those pieces. But on the bright side, maybe that was the push they needed to all be like, okay, let's get an exit strategy. Let's get out of here. We're almost scheming. We're almost ready to do some schemes. I want to get this reserve provisions. We already have the chief forager though, right? Maybe I don't need reserve provisions. We could pick up a master thief. Oh, no, we have to be freebooters. All right, well, whatever. We'll take the unique stuff for exploring. Feel like you rarely get hyped for the unknown anymore. This is the one thing I think I'll enjoy no matter what. I like to get cautiously hyped. If I see a few things and like good trailers, I find the more I've been doing this, the more I'm able to kind of look at a game from the outside and say like, okay, this, based on the marketing for this game's going to be good or this game's going to be bad. For example, we looked at the marketing for Era History Untold the other day. The marketing looks really bad. And I'm really, really worried about the game. Is that going to stop me from playing it? Absolutely not. In fact, we're going to play it on Thursday. But I am very extremely curious about it. And I'm keeping my expectations low for the playthrough. All right, we can actually visit Alexandria. And we have a travel job. We've made it pretty far. Across Asturias, Francia. We popped up to Brittany, up to the capitals of Lotharingia, up to Paris. Made our way across Italy, ducked down to visit the papacy. Then we kind of went to Venice and sailed down to Greece, down the Aegean, across the Byzantine. We did a lot of sailing from this section. But now we're going to get landlocked, I think, for a while. As we make our way across Alexandria, we'll pop into Jerusalem because, of course. And I think let's make our way to India. I think that should be our task next. Got a restaurant blacklisted from ever having apprentices after writing a 2-page document of everything that was wrong with the place in dot point form. The space on why are you leaving form you need to fillet for the apprentice board is only 5 lines. One less brick in the wall, exactly. Super nervous about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because it's the first time you've been hyped for a game in years. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be really janky, but it should be a lot of fun, right? I think Kingdom Come Deliverance is going to be like, if you liked the first game, you'll like the second. If you didn't like the first game, you probably still won't like the second game, right? Look at a lot of discovery queues. Yeah, on Monday, we do discovery queues every Monday to just like see what's new coming out, right? Era History Untold. ARA space History space Untold is the game on Thursday. Should have asked you to falsify health and safety reports and food safety documents. Oh yeah, that's a good line to cross. Let us get back to our exploring. We do have an emissary contract here right away. I feel like we should pop it down. It is Alexandria, after all. I want to kind of see who we got here. Hear a story or two. Maybe learn some things. What do we got? We got stewards, learned men. This guy's a doctor as well. We have wise doctors, though. We got a lot of learned men. I don't really see anybody here that I'm looking for. What are you doing, Mina? I'm just dancing around in the background. She's just having a party. She's off on her own adventure. Ooh. On the other side of the courtyard, a man is roaring at some other men. It was not my fault. The argument is getting more and more heated, and I keep on probing eye on the situation. Allows you to recruit a rare bodyguard. After the yelling, I pick up the name Hammond and the accusatory men depart. I follow Hammond down an alleyway. He immediately starts unloading animal carcasses from a shabby cart, muttering to himself, "One noble loses his life on your watch. How am I supposed to know the spiced wine was..." He slams his fist into the cart, frustrated. A dishonored bodyguard gives me a withered look as I approach. "What do you want? I couldn't keep a flippin' plant alive." A loyal blade master? You would replace Sancho with Hammond as your bodyguard. Because we have high prowess, we could say, "See these muscles? I would basically be protecting you." Cost you 200 prestige. I can afford that. We could just pay him. Or we could convince him, "No, man, look, we're big. We got muscles. We got ourselves a new bodyguard." A very good bodyguard at that. And then I guess we don't really need anybody else here. How about we play a game of dice? Get rid of some of this stress. I have an artifact for my court, but I can't seem to... sell it here. So let's just leave. That was good. Good little haul. You know what we've never done? Go fishing. This is new. This is what I was thinking of earlier when I was talking about that they added in a bunch of stuff that were like fun things that people, that basically the developers modded into the game on their like their days off. The same system that got us cats and dogs. Go fishing is another one of these systems. It's a good day for fishing. I'm making my way down to the bank of the water. The scent of salt and fish fill up my nose. A couple of people are finishing up, leaving the entire shoreline for me to use. A day like this doesn't come every day, and I should make the most of it. My follower, Marquisa, has decided to join me today. An opportunity to connect presents itself. Or I could choose to fish alone. Well, why don't we rent a boat? After rowing for a while, the shoreline of Alexandria disappears from view. It's only now I realize I only brought enough bait for one attempt. I look over to Marquisa and confess, but they seem unbothered. So what? We're here to relax. Go ahead and toss your line and let's see what's out. I'm really bad at this. Oh, no, wait. Actually, I'm good at this. 81% chance I lose 76 stress because I'm ambitious, and I gain a bunch of provisions. You catch a mackerel! Holy mackerel. And we are stress-free. The way to be. Nice day for fishing, ain't it? I think so. All right. Let's see where this emissary wants to go. A delegation saunters through the flaps of my great tent. I must carry to Chiron. Over in Africa. That's not where we're going. That's a pretty big boat ride, but 7 months. Like how they're just like making me go through this one location for no good reason. Oh, it cuts off a month is why. I mean, I guess we would get to see the Kingdom of Africa. If we took an Arid Explorers pack, yeah, that's fine. The seas are only dangerous if we choose to do this quickly. Let us take to the seas. The camp needs to recoup. It needs to refresh. It needs to have some building done before we make our way east. I hate that every job keeps taking us backwards. Like, imagine if that was like, I want to go down here, and we could have moved the camp. As we sail towards Karwan, the fresh sea air is doing wonders for at least my health and well-being. Not all others are so lucky. Bowman's been deteriorating over the past few days, and he's contracted some kind of illness. I might know a cure, or he might get pneumonia. I might know a cure. I do know a cure. And we become closer friends. Things are really going good for our little explorer in Calabero. Heard it said that Maghrebi fishermen are famed the world over for their ability to strip the ocean of its most bountiful and delicious plunder. Today, by the shores of Mahdia, I am fortunate enough to come across a fishing fleet. Our entourage sails close to a stray member of the fleet, and I'm greeted immediately by the pungent odor of its captain. Well-fed travelers. Travel speed 25%. Your fisher, your life. Why would I want to rob these fishermen? Let's speed things up. St. Nicholas clearly does not favor our voyage as waves the size of castles come crashing down upon our humble vessel. The ship is rocked back and forth. Men and women alike cling to whatever they can to keep from turning overboard. I, of course, am stashed away with the other nobles in the safe parts of the ship, even though I'm not a noble. But as the sky burns with thunder, the seas crash down upon us. I fear I shall live to see another day. %35% somebody drowns. Why would I not just tail some local ships through the storm? This seems to be the way to do this. I gain prestige. I gain experience. Nobody has to die. We visit the Sultan of Africa, and then we're off again. I stroll through the market of a strange land. Vendors beckon in an alien tongue. I'm lost in a sea of foreign scents, but it all feels like home. The sweet melodies of drums echoing throughout the market, dogs crying in the wild. I feel myself starting to belong. My feet rest on alien sand and strange birds wheel in the sky. A man walks through Alexandria, but is he still Indiana? We could become Egyptian. That would be an interesting choice. But I don't quite think that's us. All right, we got an upgrade to stewardship. Demand payment for hooks is always a good one. Domicile income, though, would be very good for us. Camp tax. That's like the only way to actually get income. I could ask for a men-at-arms regiment from this guy. Or 200 provisions. I kind of want to see what men-at-arms he gives us. Mubarizan. Oh, cool. Trained in fighting in formations and in single combat. Arabic Mubarizan can crush most other infantry in battle. Oasis for a while now. The locals have been frequently visiting our camp to trade or simply hang around. Recently, I saw a man lingering around longer for the rest, almost looking for an excuse not to go back for the village. Should we invite every stray puppy? Today, he and I reckon the lean years are coming back. The signs are for those who can see. I don't wish to die where I was born, to stay here any longer. Allow me to join your band, my lord. He's shrewd. He's also Galician, which is very strange. But yeah, okay. We could take him. And I feel like we gotta go to Jerusalem. We'll visit a few places en route. Cairo. St. Catherine. Provisions run low past this point. Privation events will occur. I don't know what they are. They're going to run low, but they're not going to run out. I feel like we'll just look for talent. We'll start moving the camp. If we get some jobs en route, we might also just stop. We have unlocked Schemer. We are now ready for scheming. That being said, I think we're going to swap over to Diplomacy now. So the Schemer gets us +5 intrigue, and hostile scheme lengths are 20 days faster per scheme phase. Very good. These guys, some of your favorite men-at-arms? I only wish I could make them bigger. They counter spearmen and they counter heavy infantry, which is pretty cool. We visited this pyramids. I feel like we must be, yeah, we're like maxed out on Wanderer here. Huge bonuses. I'd like to get this upgrade to seasoned. A warm breeze caresses my neck as I wander around the orchards of Cairo. The trees stretch gently towards the sky, colored by a mixture of shoots and fruits taking shape. A high-pitched shriek pierces the air, and I quicken my step to find a peasant child below a tree, sobbing violently. Made an attempt to climb the tree before slipping and falling on the ground. One of the bone pipes are protruding at a strange angle. Boys will be boys! I don't think I'm dreadful at all, am I? No. We can help a child out. A child that fell out of a tree? We're not monsters this time around. Heavy infantry that counter heavy infantry. Yeah, it's a pretty nice perk, eh? I think I ought to upgrade the baggage train. We're doing more and more travel as we get deeper and deeper. We're now on the edges of the deserts, so... Bedouin caravaneers. As the wind along the outskirts of Sinai, I see a trail of caravan camels in the distance, and we meet with a strange leader. Come in, come in. I promise you I have in my stall, like Egypt herself, are more than what they seem. He showcases countless shining trinkets before my eyes. A mysterious puzzle. Learning per stress level and learn language is 8 days faster. I could try to steal it. Try to make a deal. And we're not very stressed. This could belong in a museum. I'm gonna try to cut a deal. I failed. Let's say Levy. We should probably take it amongst ourselves to try learning some more languages. So I'm realizing everyone here we already speak the language of. Do any of my followers speak a language I don't know? My quartermaster. Oman is French. Albanian. High German. I am pretty sure that I can learn 2 languages at once. I absolutely can, so why don't we just do that? Give it some shots. Playing CK3 and not a monster does not compute, right? How am I liking the new DLC? I really enjoy it. I think it's really cool. It's like a whole different game layer that they've added on top of the game. There's fun stuff you can do for adventuring. I also think it probably must make it very interesting if you decide to like quit your game or fail your game and take to the roads. Like, I quite like the idea that you can just stop ruling a kingdom and be like, you know what? I'm done with this playthrough. I want to go adventure and see what else is going on. These guys are becoming friends. I love it. We are at 27. I wonder maybe if I shouldn't start looking for a spouse. It might be about that time. There's a bit of work we could pick up here to find some secrets. There's travelers. We've become a devoted servant. Let's take that 25% learned language, seeing as I'm trying to learn 2 languages right now. Yeah, these are not like criminal jobs. Why don't we do eyes in the shadow? We need to like stock up on provisions and stuff. This guy will help us out. Drylands. Desert and country control. Oh, country control is really bad. Good grief. Can't travel anywhere around Jerusalem. Much too dangerous. We'll hire a captain. Confused on what it's about. I guess I can't comprehend what all is in it. There's a couple of different things. So they introduced... there's like the tent system. So this is any adventurers, but also if you're playing as a baron and running an administrative kingdom, you also get one of these. I also think if you're playing in the Byzantines, you get one of these. So this is kind of like a custom holding unique to your dynasty. Adventure mode is all about taking all the exploration-based travel concepts that they've put in with things like tours and tournaments and just like blowing it out to a whole other level where you no longer need to own a realm. You can just adventure in the world with a party. Instead of counselors, you have camp followers that have different jobs, do different things. You can still like choose to be as mercenaries. There's a bunch of different ways you can play. Swords for hires, scholars, explorers, freebooters, legitimists, which is like if you're trying to take back a kingdom. They also added in, they did that. They did the things, the Byzantine Empire got like a whole new rework, and also schemes have a whole new rework. There's basic schemes, and then there's like more complicated schemes. And the more complicated schemes you have to like assign different people to, and it actually matters who you assign. And so now like the negative perks are actually a lot more valuable. I'm supposed to meet the spy master, but when I arrive in Ziza, the city seems empty. You look confounded, adventurer, comes a whisper from the shadows. Are you suited for this task? What we need is someone vigilant, cautious, subtle. I frantically look about, and the voice appears to come from a different direction with each word. You seem to be none of these. We're gonna find secrets. Here we go. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So now it's like your jobs, your schemes have different jobs for them. Some increase your maximum success. Some increase how long phases take. And other ones will do things like increase your secrecy. And depending on what the job is, diplomats, shills, gabblers, they all have different bonuses. So they require like 2 different stats, and then they benefit from different types of traits and suffer from other types of traits. So we got a good collection in here. We can take Asraf. Ah, there's actually, I can also hire people that are working for this guy. I see, because I'm trying to find out secrets about the Emir. Mina and Teresa are both good theologians. Milia is good for the actual job. All right, let's put you as a theologian. My Justicar will be Mina. That'll keep us quiet. Though it does not look like there's any chance to be found here. Milia is a great shill. That's okay. 10-day phases at 80%. We'll cruise through this. No problems at all. While investigating my acquaintance, I've uncovered a secret held by my agent. Great. We can blackmail people for secrets, or we can also just expose them and get prestige. I failed to find any secrets that the spy master might possess. This is the dude's spy master, is it? Ooh. No, but he's refusing to help. He's also not very good spy master, so we're better off just keeping a diplomat in here. We'll steal the hook. And I think a 10, we'll execute this. 84% chance. I'm fine with it. My liege is satisfied with the insights you've gleaned. You found what, 2? No small feat. Mohammed leans into the light, exposing he's somewhat with me in my tent. How did you get here unnoticed, I ask, confused. But before I can call my guards, there's no longer anyone here, only a sizable stack of coins. Gained some excellent hooks. Can I use them on anything? No, not really. We've also become illustrious. We also just got some camel riders. Could ask for provisions, but I don't really think I need to. Hell yeah. We got Muberism and camel riders. So we got counters to light cavalry. We got counters to spearmen. We got counters to heavy cavalry. And we got huge bonuses while being in the desert, I guess. It's still a fairly small men-at-arms regiment, but they'll have to make do. I tell you what we didn't get is a lot of money for that job. But I guess we got some good provisions. Where does this guy want to go? Way up north. All right, we don't need to take the whole camp. In fact, I don't know we need much of anything. We got a couple of like hills up here that are kind of dangerous. But almost everything here is actually just mountains. If we search for secrets, it becomes a different story. Can you just hit that on the way back? Why do you have to go through more scary places? On the way back, go to there, and then go to there. If we're going to come up here, we might as well at least visit the Citadel of Aleppo. Why not? And then I think we got to decide, do we come down here to the mosques of Mecca? Or do we cut across here to Baghdad? I feel like Baghdad is the way to go. I kind of want to move my camp. Maybe I should have just done that. You know what? It's fine. Then I'd have to go through this horrible area. Scythian gates. Troglodytic settlements. Phileas Fogg looks very different from the book. I can't say I've read the book. We're playing as Indiana Croft. A totally legally separate entity from Indiana Jones and Lara Croft. You'd never know. LeShackle Blue, thank you, by the way, for the follow, and welcome to the agency. Bowman is in charge of his food, and surprise, surprise, he screwed it up again. I don't really want to become ill. So I'll pay the prestige cost. Marquise of the Fat, my second, and Bernardo, my knight, would like to become wed. I'll allow that. I've been brought before Emir Markan, bringing our embassy, and then we're heading back to our camp. Cathar is in Salzburg. Sticks in the wheel. Our wagon has broken down. We're going to be late, but that's fine. Couple extra days. Danger, Indiana the Outlander. It's known that the Armenian people are ardent believers in the apostolic faith and do not take kindly to non-believers. Nevertheless, Jarabulis is on our route and we must pass through. Quickly through, the villager's vengeful eye set upon us like a leopard prowling its meal. Before we have a chance to react, the local priest descends upon us with a mob of raging fanatics, screeching about our alleged heretical beliefs and demanding we pay atonement for passing through these holy lands. Because we have the impatient trait, we can just burn these lunatics. This seems to have no downside. Burn this heretic, I'll burn that heretic. Men speak to the wanderers of Palestine, a land where the soil knows the tread of God, where the great river Jordan knows his body. Stepping into the river's waters, I bathe where John the Baptist once performed his rites, where Christ himself was baptized. And it's filthy! My skin is lazily caressed by warm, milky murk. Plant scum boils between my toes. With little ceremony, I clamber back onto the muddy banks. Holy water, mortal stomach. Do we need the piety? Some got into my mouth. I've got a herk. Blark. I mean, I think we're going about trying to like rob a bunch of holy artifacts, so this doesn't really surprise me too much. Let's see if we can go to Baghdad. Provisions run low. Provisions run out past this point. Why do you say this costs me 1,000 provisions? And that I will run out when clearly I won't. Let's get some supplies. Is that the Caliph over there? I say. Trying to steal 6,000 supplies and failing. Well, we're in town. We might as well go hear a story. A scholarly poet. I'm looking for wife material. We're starting to get up there, and I'm starting to think we should probably have a kid before we get killed wandering through the desert. All right, well, they're leading me to believe I'm going to run out of all my food if I go up this way. So why don't we just move up here? I don't know, maybe there's jobs we can do. Support factions, heist to treasury, settle a boundary dispute, hire muscle. This will give us money and provisions. Can I look for secrets? I could, but it gets a little dangerous. But I like danger. Danger's our middle name. Indiana Dangercroft. That's what they call me. Can't bottle the river water and do traveling salesman scam. The desert is our wife. This is true. We are married to the sand. We got a baggage train upgrade. Do we want ample steeds? Give us the 10% travel speed. Oh, we have to be freebooters or scholars to get these. I see. Yeah, I guess we'll get ample steeds. We got a lot of travel to do, and getting an extra 10% here and there could be really worth it. Every evening is a time of intense activity in the camp. As I crest a stubby hillock, I see the last pinkish rays of the dying sun flourishing over the floodplain stretched before me. The whole land seems to softly glow. A beautiful sight, perhaps one worth sharing. All business. Move domicile travel speed 25% for 10 years because I'm diligent. All right, my needs are simple, explains Badir. There are certain thorns in the rose that I would have you remove. Prickly characters. I can't seem to remove them directly, so you're going to have to deal with them for me. No killing people. No serious bloodshed. Just keep them silent without killing them till they understand what it is to disrespect the Wali. I've got a base 12 on this, which is pretty good. But I think we'll keep it, like, mixed. Hamid's my bodyguard. We'll take Mikhail as muscle. Sancho as muscle. Milia as a footpad. And Marquisa as a lookout. Oh, yeah, we'll cruise through this. This is an easy job for us. As we pass through the Mosque of Dakala, a jubilant local approaches my entourage, his smile stretching ear from ear. He's offering a warm welcome, but the finer aspects of his speech are sadly lost on me. I wave my attentive companions and return his joyful greetings. I can hardly imagine a more excellent chance to practice High Germanic. Who is this guy? We gotta take this guy with us, don't we? He's a dwarven doctor. Join us on our journey, Yehudai. You're my new doctor. You're actually a doctor, so it's probably a good idea. You're excellent. You're good. You're good. Excellent. My head porter is good. This bodyguard is not so good. Let's replace him with an excellent bodyguard. He's still my stooge, and he's good at that. And Marquisa... You're equivalent. I'm fine with you. Being my second. Been with us through thick and thin so far. The food at the residence is excellent, of course, a far cry from the usual rough and ready fare that we're used to. I'm very glad you could answer my summons, Batter says. I'd like to see if there's anything we can do to help one another. There are certain times that a man of my stature can't quite get his down in the muck as certain jobs require. Gold never goes amiss. He gets a weak hook on us. Well played, sir. Travel safety plus 10. Learn languages are faster. Let's grab some travel safety here. Defensive negotiations. And then I think we're ready to execute this scheme with confidence. 95%. Hired muscle a success. Wonderful job, Indiana. The gardens are beautiful, blissfully silent, and I can rest easier at night. Please stay with us next time you're passing through the area. I'm sure we can find suitable lodgings, not to mention suitable employment. We had the excellent success there too, so we actually got an extra 1,000 provisions. Or an extra up from 800 to 13. All right. All these other jobs. We could do some quick secrets. Counselor has left court. The alchemist reached for a coppery scroll as the scalder looked on in fear. Suddenly, I'm interrupted by a fuming Yehudai. What? Did you just call my beloved father an ogre and a skirt chaser? I demand recompense for this grievous insult. Obviously, your father is not an ogre. You're a dwarf. My God. I called him impressive and a stag. Yeah, that's what I called him. Trick him into thinking I flattered his father. The rube. All right, let's go to Baghdad. I guess let's go here. And then we're gonna have to pop by whatever this town is. We're certainly gonna need mercenary guards. Could we like go through there? Would that be safer? All right, there's no major conflicts if we go that way. And we're not going to run out of food. It is going to be dangerous. But that's the life of an adventurer. These idiots are always fighting. Okay, we also have a bunch of hooks. I'm gonna try blackmailing a bunch of people. All right, we're going to expose that secret. I thought we had the ability through our intrigue through. Oh, that's what I need to take is golden obligations. I actually can't demand payment for hooks. If that's the case, just expose them all. I love how I blackmailed him and then exposed his wife. Tomb Raiders! Turning a bend on the path, we come across a group of people covered in dust emerging from what must have been an impressive tomb. They hoist burlap sacks that jingle jangle, weighed down by the trinkets that they've dug out of the ancient building. Times are hard, dear leader. Our families must be fed and we're not doing any harm among the living. The leader looks up at us with trepidation. She clearly realizes this does not look good for them. You get forgive the desperate. The leader deserves this cut. Your travel companion Yehudai helps you examine the loot and pick out an ancient treasure. We got an acclaimed drinking vessel. And we've entered the Iranian intermezzo. Bloody civil strife embroils the once assailable blade of Abbasid. You've gained a detractor of the caliphate trait. Iraq reels whilst beyond the eastern mountain. Persian frontier lords take advantage of the situation to assert their independence. You're one of the interlopers in the Iranian intermezzo. Ooh, that's very fun. Extremely petty decision. I can't earn money from this. Burn all the bridges. Sometimes it's how it goes. Oh, we also did get water from the Jordan. I don't know when we picked that up. Disease resistance, prestige gain, and stress gain. Okay, what do we like? I love the detailed maps. The scriptures. The horn I don't need. I'm neither fertile nor do I have a spouse. And legitimacy is not a thing for us. So let's just take this drinking vessel. And that's what we're going to run with right now. Stabilization is the leading phase. Sitting in my tent, I find myself poring over accounts, maps, and manuscripts detailing exotic and far-off kingdoms. Such tantalizing stories they tell, such strange places the world has to offer. I wonder, do there people hear such stories about us? Am I parsing mere rumors or truthful and fantastic accounts of places seemingly far off from God's gaze? Aquitaine, West Francia, the Kingdom of Vladimir. Where the hell is this? Way up north. I like that this is just a free way to learn a language. Potentially. mean, Aquitaine is not even like a proper kingdom. Let's just go West Francia. We've already been there before, but I can learn France for free, which I just realized I'm currently learning. It's night when the attackers fall in our perimeter, a motley flesh of glinting armor and flashing weapons lit only by distant firelight. If they're wearing any colors, they're not visible, but their intent is clear. Remove us from Samara, dead or alive. The camp's not without defenders, though, and with a cry of outrage, we prepare to push back the local scourge. Counterattack, into the fray, or hide from the chaos. Into the fray, 60% chance of success. Decent chance we become wounded. No, great success. Ravine! I hear Sancho shout in panic. Soon after, I hear a loud cracking sound. The wagon wheel again. Dude, we love breaking our wagon wheel. Then we did it. We arrived at the House of Wisdom in the great city of Baghdad. Now, see, I could get demand payment for hooks, but I could also get travel speed 25%. It is really hard not to take that. Hey, a 2-star. This is the first time I've ever seen a 2-star contract in the game. Breaking it for good luck at this point. Yeah, it's kind of how it feels, right? This pays a lot of money. Instruct a bunch of knights. I mean, that's not really my forte. Create a work of learning. Settle a boundary dispute or escort an emissary. We're going to need some more provisions. Aha, but actually, we can gather provisions here. Teresa picks up another 1,000. We'll start making our way towards India. I guess let's see where this emissary wants to go. I must go to the city of Samara. No, that's not far. That's not far at all. This is a super easy job. My goodness. Except for the fact that this place is absolutely in terrible, terrible shape. Floodplains and dry lands. We're going to need a merc captain for sure. Jin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. And then... Huh. The Pathfinder gear will help with the floodplains, but that's about it. I'm worried about this. We have a high danger location. But it's a quick job. And we're in and out. Traveling through the harsh environments have invigorating on my state of mind and vigor, but Teresa is having a really bad time, my chief forager. We could try to cure her. Or we could just give her to Yehuda. Our caravan has stopped at a clearing, bordered by dancing reeds. I proceed towards the commotion only to find Melina and Mina having in a row again. Milia has left the travel entourage. Oh, okay. So they leave the travel entourage, but they don't leave the camp. They just stop going on the travel with you, is how that works. Kind of makes a bit more sense. Oh, can we marry you? I need a marriage. No, you only have siblings that I can marry. So that's no good to me. What is going on here? Stabilization or concession? Despite the brewing troubles, the Caliph still commands respect. Rebellions and factionalism are on the back foot, but the lords of Persia will not be brought easily to heel. This tension might spiral into unrest, which would mean more chaos to come. The current phase is unrest. The Sunni Caliph dies violently. Oh, wow, okay. There's a lot of war going on here, so I definitely think getting out of here is a good idea. We got supplies. I think let's just maybe pack our bags. This place sucks. Oh, what are you? Mount Damavad. Rainbow Mountains. Lake Marhalu. Kind of seems like there's cool stuff up here. Up around Azerbaijan. This is just like the worst terrain imaginable. Oh my god. All right, let's not go there. Let's maybe go to this spot. Good grief. That is somehow more dangerous. There we go. That's slightly safer. And we could even pop through this place. Yikes. This is the most unstable region. We're really starting to become friends with all these mercenary guards. Ogre. What other languages we got going on around here? Kind of feel like we should learn some more languages. Being a warband would be quite a lot of fun in Iran. I bet it would be. Rounding a little cluster of tents, there's a crime of passion. A sword is drawn between Hammond and Sancho. We're going to intervene. Some blows are thrown regardless. Oh, well. The howling of the wind makes it near impossible to be heard more than a few feet away. The damnable storm is only picking up, rain stinging our eyes and stranding heavy carts and laden animals in a stew of soft earth. The same silent tableau can be seen up and down the line, strong fellows helping to pull transports loose, while the young and elderly huddle beneath whatever shelter they can find. Nature herself seems set against us, leaving my followers on the edge of breaking. Goof. Chance that every follower with less than excellent health gets hypothermia. Pray to God. 75% chance it doesn't work. All right, get the gear, go on and move. The weather sows chaos. Sheesh. Take some courtship here. You visited Alamut Castle. A 2-star performer to play. Give us some good provisions. Nice, and we learned High German. And impress Mina. Still kind of feel like we should just marry Mina. Knight of the Tiger. Is that different from Knight of the Swan? The place where the play is requires me to hire mercenaries to work there. These criminals would provide us with some provisions. No way. Can I not do this? Go home. Go home. Customize. Dude, absolutely not. We're not doing that. 16 major dangers. Who's this guy? A Dalamite. Zadism. Cool. A mystic monk? We could get him to join our camp, which would give us a friend to all holies. But I don't really know that we need him. We'll just take his stories. We've unlocked both level 2 of Wanderer and Seasoned Wanderer, giving us a ton of really good bonuses. Detractor of the Caliphate. Being Catholic, Indiana's stance on the Sunni Caliph is more of a formality than a conscious choice. Yeah. Are there any universities around here? I think there are. I actually think there was a university in Baghdad we could have visited. That would have been a really smart choice. Because we could have upgraded Elusive Shadow. There's one over here in Tus. We are going this way. So I tell you what. I think we'll just get on the mosey. Let's see where this dweeb wants to go. To Merv. Oh my god, that's exactly where I want to go. All of my camps shall travel to Merv. We're going to pass over this mountain. And then we're going to pass over that mountain. Trying to avoid this like extremely dangerous area. Gonna need mercenaries, and I'm gonna say arid explorer packs probably. This is a dangerous trip. A safe time. This is not. Ooh. Oh, there's Tus. Yeah, that's fine. So we can visit the two of those when we go on our religious journey, our university journey to Tus. I think I might actually be better with like a wilderness kit. Yeah, that would knock off two of the major dangers. Unfortunately, this country is just a gong show right now, so we're just gonna have to make that threat. Oh, I don't have a better guy at this, do I? No, I really truly don't. He is the one who keeps us safe. We gotta make some money soon. See if we can't upgrade this tent. High altitude and brisk air of Reuven has a refreshing quality as we traverse the local hill fort. The soldiers in the valley below appear to be practicing. They ask if we would like to join. Rough terrain expert or reckless. I don't feel like that's a good choice for our camel army. I'm not really looking for fights, so. Quarrelsomes. They settle their differences. The journey has been long and tiresome, and my feet ache so much that my ancestors feel it. I am adorned from head to toe before I know it in traditional Dalamite garb. The streets are alive with jubilation, and every house head beckons me to come inside and rest my weary laurels. It would only take a moment to regain my stamina, and I would be welcome as a guest of honor. Dalamite hospitality is legendary. Can I really afford not to see it for myself? Pampered by the locals. Interesting. I will lose stress and gain stress. I think we just keep moving, though. There's a fire in the forest. A vibrant smell, perhaps a campfire. I turn around to my entourage and observe our caravan master Bomad's livid face. Fire, he screams. Where Hamid has been trapped. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If I go myself, 42% chance I rescue him, no problems. 57% chance I rescue him with a wound. 0% chance I die. Cameron, who is our captain, can do it in exchange for a weak hook. Fine with that. He gets wounded, but that's like his job. He's a captain. He's a mercenary. Mina, I thought you said Mona, and I was wondering how you could tell the kitty was impressed with you learning High German. Well, she's like asleep here on the floor next to me. She hears her name and her eyes open ever so gently. Her ears twitch, but she doesn't move a muscle. At first, it's a few gaunt Dalamite peasants we see. They appear in the distance, peeking around little features of the terrain, fleeing when we notice them. Hours pass, the skittish locals eye us up from afar. They all seem to have finally backed off, and a cry goes up. A frenzied horde surges at us from the cover of a ridge. Wild-eyed and emaciated, they look fragile, in the early stages of starvation, no doubt, though not so weak that they couldn't rob many of our provisions before being driven off. Try to talk them down. Try to make them pay. Force the rabble back. I'm going to try to calm the throng. Words matter little to them. We become wounded. And get robbed. And lose our pride. Like how Indiana has the same shock pose for many of the trip's events. Aggravated wound. I just hired you. This is the first time I've had to use you, and you screwed it up. We're about to break camp on our way to Merv when I find Mina in her lodgings. Does she contract something? Is this the plague? Yehuda can just fix that. Sticks in the wheel, slowing us down a little bit more. That's okay. Our journey has brought us through Shawashkan. What was once a lovely village is a ghost of what it used to be. A woman comes screaming out of the ruins. She notices us clearly out of place in this wasteland and darts towards our entourage. She doesn't really look like she's a threat. I could just let Hammond kill her, but let her come. One person poses little danger. The gaunt woman quickly covers the ground between us, paying no mind at all to the dozens of bodies that litter the ground. She lunges towards me with snarling maw and wild fury in her eyes. I can handle this. Fended off a wretch. And we have arrived to the implacable leader, Indiana of the Eagles of the Hearth. It would be an honor if you joined me in my wars. Who are you fighting? Smarkhand? How do you only have 400 soldiers? How does this guy only have 600 soldiers, but really, really good ones? Listen, man, we don't make good mercenaries. Ooh. We could completely fill up our provisions here. Probably enough to get to India. You're attacking the Samanid Grand Emirate. No way! There's no way this guy only has 600 troops. I absolutely don't believe that. That seems like a ruse. This guy is like a huge step power. Boundary disputes. Hobnob with a ruler. There's actually some pretty good money in that. Oh, dudes, everywhere here is awful, though. Where does this guy want to go? The Nishapur mining pits is a font of great riches. Take me to Arg of Nishapur. Oh, I will do that. My whole camp will travel to Nishapur. Ah, Nishapur also sucks. But it's right next to the university that I want to go to. Dude, this part of the world is not good. This is like just so dangerous. I feel unsafe. I need to save some money so that we can afford a university. We gotta pay our tuition. Wow, we actually made it without a single issue. I'm genuinely shocked. Make a request interaction with anyone whose domain your camp is in. Learn languages is faster. Independent rulers like us more. Take some embassies. Wow, I'm really glad we learned Arabic so early. What does this guy speak? Iranian. That does sound useful. Seeing as where we are. Also, even though it's difficult, I still have a 95% chance of learning it, so. What other languages do we have in the area? Anything? Doesn't look like it, no. Good business for merc captains. Dude, if I was a merc captain, I would be rich here. I actually think that playing a merc captain in this area is a great idea. Scuttle, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Let's make this decision to go to university. We're going to go to TUS. It's going to be a very fast trip. It's going to be a very dangerous trip. I'm going to study. I'm not there for the Galactic lifestyle. Slightly increase success progress, random skill point. If I take Library of Knowledge, I'll also get an illustrious book artifact. I can afford this. 357 gold. Listen, you only go to university with your mercenary captain best friend once. I'm finally here, walking the hallowed halls of TUS, revered seat of knowledge for all the Ashari world. I have so much to learn from the holy men and women who gather between these venerable walls. And what about all the ancient scrolls and books? Major centers of culture are also active markets and offer all the distractions that a student could ever desire. Who's with me? Just a couple other random dudes. Also, am I still wounded? Oh yeah, I am. Oh right, because my physician botched the treatment. I kind of forgot about that. Scuttle, hello. Just started playing CK3 and have no idea what I'm doing. I kind of just get married, have kids, and attack stuff. Adventure or regular leader? Yes. My best recommendation is start in Ireland if you're just starting. Ireland is kind of known as like newbie island. It's really, really beginner friendly. And be prepared to die a lot. Like I always say the best way to learn Crusader Kings is do a bunch of things. So you're learning how to like get married, have kids, perfect. Attack stuff, great. At some point, something is going to kill you and ruin your run. And the next time you go, you'll go, okay, I know how to stop that thing. I know how to make sure that I have a bigger army than that guy. I know how to make sure I have a better alliance so that I have allies to support me in that fight. I know how to make sure that I don't get poisoned the moment something, I piss off the wrong, spy master. And be aware that like the game is designed for stories to kind of rise and fall. It's very rare you'll play a campaign all the way through. You'll normally hit a point where you're like, cool, I think I'm done with this character's story. I want to try somewhere else. And don't like hesitate to like lean into that. I think that's like one of the funnest parts about the game, especially in learning. Usually just create your own character, pick a place I like, and go from there. Yo, that's the way to do it for sure. You can play out the historic stories, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. There's lots of cool stuff in there, but you can also just goof around. And I have like hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of hours in this game at this point. And I like just doing random, make your own character, be like, what would happen if I put, a Catholic priest in India? What would happen if I was a Viking adventurer in Spain? Can I create like the Vangarian Guard for the Iberian conflict? There's all sorts of cool stuff you can do. Rising from fame to nothing. It's a classic, right? Start as a count, work your way up. Or I guess now, start as an adventurer, work your way up. You can even start lower. TUS is often home to fervent debates among teachers and students alike. After a particularly engaging lecture from our teacher, I find myself dragged into debate with another student. You're making no sense. You're completely misinterpreting the philosopher's point, I scream. No, you're completely delusional, he fires back. Is he the professor? This guy's the professor for sure. He's got the glasses. From the corner of my eye, I see the professor stare at us with a pensive look on his face. Because of my study hard intent, as the master said, actually, you're wrong. Checkmate, dweebs. The halls of the university echo with the debates of students and teachers, some of which escalates into rivalries like between Nasser and Ibrahim. When I find them today, they are, as usual, screaming at each other, trying to prove whose field of study is better equipped to discuss what geometrical shape is more apt to represent the divine. Something less unusual, however, is that they suddenly notice me approaching and ask me to take a position. Well, there are great merits in both disciples. What happens if I fail this? They think you're muddying the waters. Do we like either of these guys more than the other? This guy's beautiful. He's wise. He's buff. And he's really smart. This guy's got a club foot and is a peasant leader. I'm going with Nasser. Nasser is a babe. God gives him with both hands. Wish that more crazy things would happen, but my plays are always calm. You can do things to like push the envelope a little bit. Get yourself into places. Yeah, always push yourself to challenge. I think looking at the achievement list is a really good way to play the game, because most of the achievements are like, if you want to do this, it's gonna be a struggle. Ultimately, like once you learn the rules of the game, it's not too hard to succeed. But limiting yourself to like making, you know, taking only the decisions that like your character would take because he's got the stubborn trait, for example, is a fun way to play the game. The saddest thing happened on your campaign. The second son poisoned and killed the first son. And my king just had to die at that exact moment, so the whole kingdom fell apart. That's a great story, right? And then you've got, you get to inherit as the second son, and he's trying to like scramble to keep all your counselors in line. Some people are rising up against him, and he's got to try and like break that rebellion. What does he do? Does he say like, okay, look, you served my father well, you will serve me well. I'm going to let you out of prison, but you have to like repay your debt. Or does he, you know, just bring down the axe and replace every single member who like betrayed him with a lackey who's better for him? I guess it depends on how valuable they are. One of my favorite playthroughs I ever did was as just Viking invaders, and I ruled with the agreement of might makes right. So anyone who raised up against me in rebellion, I would actively allow them to do it. I would then fight them, arrest them all, and then let them out of jail. Because I would say, as the Viking ruler, you're always allowed to challenge the king. You're always allowed to challenge the emperor of the North Sea. But I'm also going to beat you down and like make sure that you know your place, if that's the case. And my character ruled because of it. He did very well. Everyone was scared of him. But every time there was a succession, there was often a huge succession crisis, because they'd be like, oh my God, the old man is finally dead. Can we break free? And the son would have to pick up the axe, or the shield maiden would have to pick up the axe and just be like, all right, time to bust some skulls. It was a really fun way to play. Hardest achievement in the game, become King of Ireland? I don't know about that one. Start a new save and execute as many people as possible. Yeah, you can rule by dread. Like, that's a very valid way to rule in the game. You rule through fear, and nobody will rise up against you if you have really high dread. As we pass through the Arg of Tuss, a jubilant local approaches me. A chance to practice some Iranian. Sure. I don't need this cultural acceptance. Let's just have a pleasant conversation. Students, we have an esteemed speaker joining us today, my teacher exclaims. Let us welcome Fabaraz Mehranid, the utmost authority on Ashtari doctrine in Tuss. Today we're exploring the nature of unusual diseases and how it connects to the nature of Allah. The other students straighten their back and procure their quills. This is going to take a while. What? That's heretical thought. 0% chance you destroy Farabaz with facts and logic. 1% chance he's killed by you. 99% chance you get kicked the hell out of the university. I'm just going to take furiously scribble notes. Gain stress but lose stress. That being said, we should probably... Oh, I can't work off stress while I'm here. That's good to know. Listen to me. If you read between the lines in spiritual medicine, it's obvious you need to combine an empty cup, a register from which we tried to number all donkey carts in the realm, and a goose. All while adhering to the principle of generals in ancient modern times. Trust me, it will work. Perhaps it was not a good idea for him to study for 36 hours straight. Yeah, I don't care about grudges. Grudge away, my dude. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to write a book. I'm here to find ancient artifacts. Tried the Attila the Hun being the scourge of the world. That's a good one. Love it. My favorite spec to go with? Good Christian Dad. That's actually my favorite run I've done in CK, I would say. Just pick all the virtuous traits to Catholics and just try to be a good dad. Try to raise your kids properly. Don't try to get big. Don't try to grab power. Build up your realm. Be a good Christian. Be kind to people. And watch as it's the most successful run you've ever had in the game. Forming the Prussian Empire. They don't like you in that part of the world. You get jumped by everyone. Way worse than starting the British Isles. Prussia's always typically been fun in Paradox games because they get to be like really, really strong military. Really small, but really like hyper good militaries. And I think they still have that advantage in this game. I know in EU4 they had that. Where they would just basically be like, we would call them Prussian Space Marines. Because they would be up against like knights. And it just felt like they were using bolter guns. This guy is one of the most respected teachers in TUS, and he's clearly a foreigner. His accents and mannerisms betray him as Persian. While not strictly necessary for my studies, learning his mother tongue would foster a privileged relationship. 57%, we just learned this language. I love that, like, if I refuse to learn this language, I just get a critical stress break, guaranteed. Nice. We learned Iranian. That's the guy we didn't even agree with. Bustling hives of socialization. In the hollowed hells, the students are all peers and apprentices along the road to knowledge, which is why it can be helpful to make friends. These are my thoughts when Thomas Ed approaches me. The smell of Eric on his breath. This guy doesn't like me. Join me and my friends, Indiana. Prove to us the might of a leader by downing more cups than anyone else. University connections for 10 years. Slightly more successful, become more successful. I'm not, no, man. I don't want to be friends with my rival. He's probably just going to poison me. Quite enjoyable being a big jerk. You might have been murdered by your wife. That sounds about right. I executed her brother when I wasn't paying attention. Isn't alcohol banned here? I don't know. You gained the conniving puppet master trait. Hell yeah. We got the tier 5 education trait. This just jumped us from 5 intrigue to 10 intrigue. Plus 3 diplomacy. Hostile scheme. Monthly diplomacy and monthly intrigue lifestyle experience get a huge jump. We are a whisper in the wind, a shadow on the wall. Our knife serves where words would not. This has been an amazing experience. When I left, I couldn't even imagine the number of wise men that studied at TUS. The depth of their thinking and the breadth of their research. Just being part of the same environment has made me a much better person, and with my new gained knowledge, I can make my way home. Because knowledge is power. I mean, why not keep some patrons? Sturdy making gold. That's not very good. I spent like 300 gold on that. I don't know how I could have studied any better here. But that was a fun little trip to university. .01 prestige. Just like what a useless amount. We did get another subterfuge perk. I guess if we got it in university, we might as well just be banging. This is the other thing we learned in university. How to be fertile. Man after my own heart. All right, we're kind of low on money, and we're also very low on provisions. We got a free skill point. Listening to stories. I don't really want to hire anybody, but I do want to see if I can rob some supplies. Success. Oh, we're done here then. We could like make some money, but I want to say like, let's just get the hell out of here. This has been a terrible location to hang out in. It's been so dangerous. I have a capital here. The Buddhas of Bamiyan. And a mining settlement. The Iron Pillar of Delhi. Where do we want to go here? I guess Bamiyan seems like a good spot. He says, not sure if that's true at all. Oh, these are deserts. Yeah, we'll have a better time with arid explorers. All right, well, we'll have to hire another mercenary captain, but we can make our way up into the hills. We might as well. Think your grandson can combine it with Jesus' old jockstrap and get a great sword or something? All your counselors have 0 stats. All zeros? Yeah, that's a bit abnormal. Normally they're not great, but all zeros is pretty rough. Oh, okay, just that like load, yeah. Yeah, it's always good to like just let a day pass. Make sure it all works. Okay, could pay me 15 bucks. 200 provisions. All right, let's just hit the road. Slowed down, broken wheels, just for good luck. And bandits, sounding from a long blast from a horn before streaming from their hiding spot, hitting several points upon our convoy with terrible fury. It's obvious what their goal is as the leader, a fearsome Tajik man, takes his gang straight for the wagons laden heaviest with provisions. Enter a duel to the death. No, I don't think I want to do that. The bandits are routed. 64% chance they make off. We got provisions to spare. I'm just going to surrender. Traveling through the sometimes harsh environments has invigorated the effects, but Amelia is sick. But we have a physician for that. We also have a head groom now. Bernardo, you don't really have a job, so let's give it to you. Extra 15 movement speed. Our camp is cooking. Can I rule the empire with the worst bureaucracy ever challenge? It's a good question. What do we have to do for this? Every 12 points of interest visited, up to 60 will increase the reward. I'm at 55. All I need to do is get 500 gold. We visited the Buddhas of Bamiyan. Did some successful bartering. It's a good travel quest here. $229. Where do you want to go? To Jind. I love how the Arid Explorers pack still is not enough for any of these places. What if I customize this route? And we went through there, and then there, and then there. I don't know about this. 9 high dangers? I ain't so sure about that job. This guy will pay me to just instruct some knights nearby. And I can stop by these mines on the way home. Desert mountains. Why does everywhere suck so bad, man? The country control in this part of the world is just so low. Having to hire mercenary captains, cutting 20 bucks off of every single payday. We're greeted by Kabulistan Shah Kalar of Shahi Marshal's Buddha. I'm glad we could make it. We're in need of an expert in the ways of war, as our commanders are rather unschooled, at least according to our liege. Expect you to begin training immediately. Pick whoever you wish and have them armed. Are we good at this? No. This guy has 0 militia that I'm offering to train. And there's some camp gossip going on as well. About Marquisa, several people claim to smell a rat. Other people argue she's the victim of a smear campaign. I'm going to investigate the matter. To know what I'm dealing with, I'd invite Argbach to spar with Marquisa. They take their stances awaiting an opening. He strikes first, a barrage with an axe. Marquisa looks helpless, clearly outmatched by her foe. Why is Marquisa the fat? Yeah, I want to see how good you are. Could you beat up on my fat second here? I stopped the bout before it gets bloody. Thank you for your efforts. I know how to proceed with your teachings. Hosen should follow my moves. He learns a lot. And it's not long before I'm able to easily point the finger at Yehuda, who, when confronted on the issue, readily admits it. So what if I exaggerated a thing or two about the pompous Bampot? She's a fool and a cad, not to mention a Bampot. There's no lie about her worse than the truth. Truth hound for 10 years. Yeah, let's just take that. Let the truth be known. We're gonna train this other guy. We are also gonna tell him to follow our moves, but he can't keep up. The contract is complete. Not super successfully, but we still get a good bit of money. We're about to break camp on our way to Bama when I found the captain in his lodging, breathing heavily, as pale as a sheet. He winces under my scrutiny and lets out a bellowing cough. Now we might as well treat him. You guys know a language that I don't know. Scythian. Okay. We are finally on the edge of India. And we kind of got enough money to keep moving, so let's decide where we're going. We largely need money at this point. Part of me wants to say, like, let's just go straight down into the Iron Pillar of Delhi. We've got enough provisions for it. The path is actually relatively safe. We could swing by a capital. You know what? Honestly, why don't we like swing by all these places too? We only have one dangerous location. We're gonna have to do it. Captain Cad. Back with us again. How am I finding the new DLC so far? Dude, I really like it. I've been having a lot of fun with it. We played as a criminal, a robber baron yesterday. Today we've been playing as a great explorer. A real Indiana Jones, Lara Croft mix-up. I find like the DLC just adds an entirely new game layer on it that I just want to explore more. Where do they list all the patrons? If you go to your camp over here. These are all the people you've worked for. Successfully. No, we need to save up money right now. I shouldn't be upgrading the camp anymore. Have you earned any interesting achievements so far to do with the DLC? I don't think so. I don't think I've completed any of the major decisions yet. We found some foreign fruits. We can give them to Teresa for an extra 700 provisions. A Shuver Arent. Let it be known to the people of Mankiala seem to profess a special devotion towards their Shuvers and their legends. My lord, it is most fortunate that you and I came to meet at this crossroad, for I am in search of a marvelous fountain for which water is said to cure all illnesses. If you were to help me in my quest, I shall pay homage to you. Now, we met a guy in France who's actually in our party who was also looking for the Fountain of Youth. And I said, that's absurd. Come join me. There's no way there's a Fountain of Youth in France. But now I'm in India. Lead the way. He leads us to a small clearing where a natural fountain glimmers. The light reflects on its surface with a blissful shimmer, and it makes the water look so bright it feels like a second sun. Careful, a beast, a guardian. He points at a stag standing between us and the fountain. You gain Knight Errant training. I'll distract it. You get the water. 70% chance we get the holy water. Healing water legend, monthly piety per night. Or night effectiveness. I'll distract it, I guess. He joins my camp as well. Oh, I didn't know he would join my camp no matter what I did here. Your distraction works. And he has become the owner of healing water, famed trinket. We visit the capital of Kashmir, a university, and a sorcerer of Rowan. A strange and obscure custom. The practices of the faith here are strange and unimaginably different than ours. Nowhere is that more apparent than their attitudes towards the practices of magic. Right in the middle of town, there's a man chanting incantations and offering blessings as if he were a priest. The people appear positively jubilant to be in his presence. They must be made to understand that sorcery is a sin. He will repent or he will burn. Why are none of these options become a sorcerer? That's a 4% chance he joins us. I think this is none of my concern. I don't want to mess with a witch. Is the DLC worth the money, or is the most content in the free update like all the others? I don't know what is included in the free versus the actual update itself. I imagine the adventurer mode is included in the paid content, and that is like the big part. I imagine the free stuff must be like the administrative realms, probably the Byzantine updates, and the schemes. The schemes, definitely. The upgrade to the schemes are really good. But I would say it's like... I do think it's a bit expensive, but I do think it is like a good... It's a very good DLC. And I wouldn't... Like, I would say it's like maybe like $5 too much expensive. So like, it's still probably a good price. I think they just know their sort of value. It's an entirely like added game layer on top of the existing game is the way I feel about it. The DLC has the immortal trait. I wonder if this has anything to do with it. Like 1 in 100 chance of it actually being the Fountain of Youth. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm curious about, right? How long would a crusade run last? I mean, you could do it easily. You could take the become legitimists. Bandits on the bridge. This is a toll bridge, he says. We can pay him $5. Or Hammond could just beat the tar out of him. 100% chance. 50% chance he gets aggressive attacker. Hell yeah, dude. My bodyguard, who's a blade master. I love this guy. The loyal blade master that we picked up in Egypt. Honestly, I think my favorite part about this, I was talking to some friends about this last night because I was really like impressed with the first day of gameplay. What I like about this the most is normally you don't really know who your courtiers are. Here in a camp, I feel like I know everybody. Like I have some idea of who they are, what they like, what like some of their stats. I feel like the personalities of the camp people are much more important. Now there are some like new people. Our camp has gotten a little bit bigger here. But we're still learning. How old are we? 31. It's time to find us a hot Indian bride in Delhi. Mining settlement. Stewardship perk. The Kingdom of Delhi. Learning perk. The Iron Pillar of Delhi. Visiting a point of interest awards 20 gold. Oh my god, I wish we had that earlier. Visiting a capital point of interest improves all followers by 1 skill point. Gross. I'm going to demand payment for hooks. I'm going to take open-minded. Now, honey, we need money. Let's start by uncovering some secrets. This guy has got a need for classified information. This lady's clearly in council with herself, hiding behind a jutted wall. We can slide a little closer. We can also just threaten her. I don't really want to take the stress if I don't have to. Dude, that was the easiest money we've ever made. That took like 3 seconds. Where's this emissary want to go? He needs $200. To go there. Dude, that's a walk in the park. I don't even need to take anybody with me. Scouting ahead of the camp, I come across a ramshackle collection of traders with a bunch of ruins next to them. We're going to try to do some ruin diving. And pick up a quail eggshell gem. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. Haven't done a Crusader Crusader assembly, creative assembly. If you take every uber zealous option, how long until you get killed? Oh, I think pretty quickly you'll probably get killed. My understanding is you need to be, if you want to go to like other areas of the world and try to like convert people, you struggle. But you can do it, like especially if you play as like a scholar, you can travel, you can play as like a traveling priest and just try to convert huge sections of the countryside. But it is like somewhat difficult. Honey Badger, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Gonna get the bundle anyway, which gets me all the content you don't have for 16 more than the DLC. Yeah, I mean, the bundle's good. I generally think the season passes are the way to go with Crusader Kings and Stellaris. I don't know if EU is doing them. I don't know where EU is with DLC anymore. I got lost on that one. Hope a mod comes out that adds different kinds of contracts. For sure they will. Like this DLC is designed for like really heavy modding. Like there's a bunch of mod options. They talk about in like every single one of the dev diaries. They talk about like how they've opened this up for modding, for like each and every step along the way. So we're gonna get some like really cool mods come out of this. Honestly, it's just like this creates an entirely different game within Crusader Kings that a mod community is going to be able to have a lot of fun with. I think of things like the Game of Thrones mod, you know, now if you want, you're probably going to be able to be as like a wandering Jon Snow or whatever, you know, like you're not going to have to have a kingdom to go back to. You could be Daenerys Targaryen and wander to the far side of the world to get a big army to try and march your way back home as a legitimist. The vampire mods will also probably be really fun. Just ways to like expand your vampire domain, especially when it comes with like the camp followers and the estate buildings. Hoping that after the Wandering Nobles DLC, they bring back societies. Yes and no. The Mystics and Monks update for CK2 was like pretty busted in a lot of the stuff it had. It got really weird when you were just like worshiping the devil and sucking the life force out of your children to stay immortal. It became a bit of a different game, but I like that in mods. I think that's a good idea for mods, or optional, you know. The God Emperor lasted 200 years, didn't it? Until his doofus son decided to throw a temper tantrum. I think the DLC is different than the others. Landless and admin governments are DLC only. Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure about the admin, but landless for sure I figured were DLC. It makes sense. It's like the major part of the thing is the landless adventures. And they're very fun. Like, I've been really enjoying them so far. And I've only done like 2 of the 6. The last time, this guy's got nothing left to spare. How dare you ask me for more gold after you've bled me completely dry? Don't be so stingy, Bernardo. Everybody is fighting all the time. But we're really good at convincing them not to. Okay, we only need to make 100 more gold. And we complete the decision. That's a crime. That's fighting corruption. That's finding secrets. We could just settle this boundary dispute. Probably make enough money off of that. Wow, I love that after traveling across the, like, Iran and how chaotic Iran was, that now we're in India and it's like there's no wars. Everyone's peaceful. It's been very different. The streets are gripped by a fervor of gossip and scandal. A complicated matter of marriage, inheritance, and business arrangements have gone awry, and a vast section of the best local land for grazing horses go to some fool with neither money nor skill. Consequently, the local magnates are threatening to tear each other to pieces over how and who should split the land. Stewardship thinks we can resolve this. Bernardo, because we have a head groom officer, I can ask him to do it. It's going to be stressful, but it's like a guaranteed chance we complete it. Oh, because it's about like horse taming. Or Bowman can be left here for 4 to 8 years to solve the dispute. Yeah, Bernardo, you take care of it. His expertise with horses serves us very well. Unleashed on the locals and told to talk about the great passions, the man is able to slowly overwhelm them with shame about how they keep their mounts and beasts of burden, going into exhaustive details about ways to raise better, healthier animals without squabbling over the best grazing lands. By the end, they're shamefully nodding along to every beat and niche critique, all arguments forgotten. Rahampala seems more than pleased with our resolution and gleefully hands over his coins. Can I learn whatever your language is? Which is Shurin. Oh man, Shahura Seni. Anybody else speak languages here? I don't know. Great question. Eyes in the shadow. Fight corruption. 380 gold to fight corruption. We've never done one of these before. So this is a like a counselor job. He visits my encampment for the day. As soon as we're left alone, he begins muttering, "It's embarrassing to admit, but I need your help dealing with the disobedient peasants of Parang. They flout the Gliapo's authority. Tax collectors are met with barred doors and hurled stones." Oh, I see the problem. Let's grab some Pathfinder gear. That'll keep us safe. And then we'll scout for talent, even though I've never had that work once. Flexible negotiator. Best foot forward. Let's grab that. We work our way up. How do you view your control over a country? If you click the country, it should say control right here. If you want a quicker, there's also kind of behind me here, you can hit this little plus icon, and then go to this little lock icon, and you can see the country control map. And this will tell you how much the world sucks or doesn't suck at any given piece in time. Our world mostly seems to suck. Man, I'm glad we moved to India. It's much nicer over here. I'm having a great time. I've been warned that they practice human sacrifice over here, but never have I thought I would bear witness to such a sacrifice. On a stone altar, I see a woman stripped nude, laminated to the surface with tightly wound ropes. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. She pulsates rapidly with each rapid breath, her bloody eyes pleading with me to interfere. I watch helplessly, longing to stay the knife and postpone her journey to oblivion. I could buy this wretch's freedom. An evil opportunist. Look, she's not very good, but I like her story. And I want to learn her language. So why not? Unless they've changed it, limit to how many languages one person can know. Yeah, we're up to 7 is our maximum language, I believe. Yeah, 4 out of 7 right now. Gangrel, Banu Hakim is where it's at, where they were all called Assamites back when I played VTM regularly. Besides the CK3 World of Darkness mod, my knowledge of World of Darkness comes entirely from video games. That's totally fair. Supposed to play it today, but the DM canceled. That sucks. It's always brutal when a D&D game gets canceled, especially at the last minute. Princes of Darkness is the name of the mod. That's right, that's right. When we arrive in Purang, I'm quick to round up the worst of the rabble-rousers and demand they explain themselves. A peasant of some reputation speaks for the rest. A blind peasant at that. The tithes are high, but we pay them. The duties we pay on our goods leave us with hardly scraps to spare. We bear these payments, and yet they demand more from us. While the tax collectors grow rich and rich, it is you they should be confronting. Silence your people or die, peasant! You can help exert the presence, getting martial guidance, or we might have to leave some of our camel riders behind. How did we do? Oh, we just succeeded. With the clamorous ordeal of bending each peasant leader, my will is complete. We once more take to the road. We shall go to Guernsey, for better or worse. The local mobs are of grave concern. The whole region is becoming one vast insubordinate host. Oh, you're taking me for a real journey here, are you? We started with one location, but you want me to go everywhere. When we arrive at Purang, you gather the worst of them. We fear for the safety of our children. It's his duty to protect us, but he's only concerned with controlling us. If his swords won't be cutting down the blasted outlaws, my people will pledge their children's lives for their own size, flails, and arrows. I mean, silence your people or die, I guess. This is my policy, right? Silence or die? That seems to be the way I'm going. Bloodline's a great game, janky as heck, but you got the right feel. Absolutely. Community patches make it a lot better. And the major mods? Yeah, that's fair. I think people have been like waiting for a good Vampire the Masquerade game for a very, 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 very long time. And they've never really gotten one. Now, we do have Bloodlines 2, eventually. But whether or not Bloodlines ends up being a good time, or whether or not it ever comes out in the first place, is going to be an entirely different question. The ties are high, but we yada yada pay them. Again, I'll just put some camel riders here. We'll keep making haste. Can I swing by this capital? Have we been here before? I assume no. Traveling through the harsh environments, Hammond has gotten sick. That's fine. Just treat him. Jeez, this adventure just continues further and further. Pass through the tribe of Gar. A jubilant local approaches us. We failed. Failed our language test, but... Yehuda! Our dwarven physician! He's fallen down a cliff! R.I.P. I'm not willing to go chasing down cliffs for people at this point. I am going to need a new doctor, though. Like, he's 47. He was getting up there. Paradox is meant to be making number 2, yeah. Expectations are going to be unmeetable in some sense. Don't have high hopes for it, given how beloved the original was. Be like Valve releasing Half-Life 3, which apparently they are working on. Sometimes games just hit a point where, like, no matter what, the hype cycle can't be reached. Bloodlines 2 is being polished with the 2025 release. I did also think that they completely restarted it, but I could be off. All right. You succeed the fight corruption contract and aid this guy more than the peasants. He pays me $190. Upgrade your pavilion for a discount. Yes, please. And then the travels of Indiana Croft. I have traveled far and wide, been to places strange and outlandish. The wisdom I have accrued is inimitable, a treasure for any curious and learned soul. We will unlock new lifestyle perks or create a book artifact that will increase the lifestyle experience gain for future holders. For every 12 points of interest visited, up to 60 will increase the reward. We have visited 65 points of interest. We are not exalted among men, but we are a veteran traveler and have seen wonderful things. The bright sun rising over snowy mountain peaks, the effervescent gutters of sprawling cities, the temples harboring the most pious and most wretched souls, the works of men across centuries, nature's wonders crafted by the hand of God Almighty. I have seen it all. I have talked with high-born and low-born alike. I have seen people live in a myriad of ways. Such a trove of astute observations, of my faultless reminiscences, would be a cherished marvel for anyone with but a spark of curiosity, should I decide to write it down. I can gain 5 intrigue points. Gain the travels of Indiana Croft, which will provide lifestyle experience for future holders. Its quality increased by every dozen visited points of interest. I'm going to write this book. Which I'm assuming will take some time. No, the travels of Indiana Croft. If you fulfill the requirements, 40% monthly lifestyle experience. Any monthly lifestyle experience plus 40%. That's insane. This is the most insane book. That's wild. That's almost as good as a 5-star trait, but it's like a 5-star trait for everything. But it's like a 4-star trait for everything. And monthly prestige 20%. You will hear it for yourself, and it will surely fill you with wonder. There are certain great and deep valleys to the bottom of which there is no access. Wherefore the men who go in search for the diamonds take with them pieces of flesh as lean as they can get, and those they cast into the bottom of a valley. When the eagles see the meat thrown down, they pounce upon it and carry it up to some rocky hilltop. The people go to the nests of those white eagles, of which there are many, and in their droppings they find plenty of diamonds, which the birds have swallowed, and devouring the meat which was cast into valleys. For, tell it how I might, you would never be satisfied that I was keeping within truth and reason. Yeah, this is a crazy book. We'll take off the bejeweled scriptures. We're going to put on the travels of Indiana Croft, which has got to be giving us a, like, what is my percentage to learning right now? It's got to be crazy. As we've settled down in peaceful Delhi. What more do we need to see? The High German dwarf had quite a life. He did. He lived a good life. Slipping into the mountains of Tibet, I guess. Said a few years ago I would have said the same about Baldur's Gate 3, that it never could have lived up to the hype. This is very true. Also, yeah. Neurotigities, dude. What a journey. Still stayed a strapping bachelor the whole way through. Yeah, we still haven't found a wife. It shouldn't work on the creator. You know what? I think it doesn't. What does this guy want? He's wheezing, but he's shrewd. 28 stewardship? Hey, man, come on in. What are the requirements? Is not the artifact creator. I mean, monthly prestige plus 20, also still pretty good. That gives me a 0.1. I'll take that. I'm curious if there's anywhere else we want to visit. Mahabodhi Temple, Nalanda University, the capital of the Pala Kingdom. Should we go back home? Do you think we could? Do you think we could in a single journey? We're from Santiago, right? We could absolutely afford it. We'd have to hire mercenary guards. The only dangerous spot is actually going through Spain. Head through the seas? Oh, I mean, we might as well pop into here. If we're going to be passing by. $3,500 supplies. I could do it in 15 months. Tell you what, I'm going to hire some experienced captains and some mercenary guards. The family symbol, a broken wagon wheel. Things seem to be going good. Very, very good. I think this is it. This is going to be our journey home right now. 3,546 provisions. It's not around the world if we don't go all the way back. I love that we're like learning these languages as we leave. On the road again. Beaumont, you're always losing provisions for us. The bodyguard got wounded. Is the riot not working? Weird. We'll have to refund you. Riot's clearly on pause. Newton, also how you doing? What a journey. As we make our way back through the deserts, through the mosques we looked forward to visiting ever since leaving Iberia. I bask in the desert sun, enjoying a moment's peace in this heretic lifestyle I've chosen for myself, but then the sound of snapping wood and a scream. Mina is standing beside a soggy, splintered remains of our water barrel. She had dropped into it some sharp rocks, and now the last of our water supplies soaked deep into the sand. Mina! Wow, we find a spring. Take to the seas, back to the beautiful Mediterranean. A derelict ship to investigate. Nothing on it. What a peaceful sail back home, dudes. I thought we just like have hooks expiring left, right, and center. We've succeeded at learning the Indian language. My bodyguard is dead. Did my bodyguard just die from that poisoned food he ate because of Bowman's poor supplies? I think he did. It looked like he died due to complications. Oh my god. And we've successfully also learned the Tibetan languages. Welcome home, everybody. We've sailed around the world, across Spain, up through pretty much all of France. We still have a bunch of jobs up here that we wanted to go do. We came across Italy, down to the Pope, over to Venice, took a boat from Venice down to Greece, kind of chartered around here up to Constantinople, down to Heraklion, then across the sea to Alexandria. Worked our way across the Arabian Empire, up through Jerusalem, up through Iran and Iraq, kind of along this mountain chain. We actually popped up here for a little bit too in the Samanids. This was quite a diversion. I didn't expect we were going to kind of come up here. And then we cut down back around sort of the Tibetan mountains into India, making friends before writing our great journeys and sailing our way home. Back to the Iberian struggle, which is still pretty hostile. But it's nice to see. I think this is the perfect adventure for Indiana and the Eagles of the Hearth. 33 years old. He's just ready to get a spouse and settle down now. He's got crazy good stats. He's done great. Time to become the Emperor of Spain. I mean, maybe. Who knows what journeys Indiana will go on next? But this is going to be all that he gets up to today. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been really fun. I've been really enjoying this DLC. I definitely want to try out the other play styles, trying to be like a mercenary and everything else. We'll probably be checking out a little bit more of this in the coming days, in the coming weeks, I suspect, because I could definitely, there's so much I want to do. So many new possibilities. In the meantime, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you back here next time.